have a coffee
Welcome.
sometime, huh? Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Hi, Dean. Hi, Gary.
Good morning.
Welcome to the piece. I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Halima, how are you?
I'm good, sir.
Great to see you. So, Rakhi, ma'am, you let us know when you want us to begin.
Ma'am, I think we can start.
We can start. Yes. Good morning, Dr. Ray.
Good morning, Hermine. Good morning. Pleasure to meet you.
You too. I'm just trying to get my Zoom. I've got the wrong background, I see.
Okay.
So we've got Gary, we've got Dr. Ray here. I just want to make sure that Arijit has logged in and got our stuff, yeah, and then we're good to go. So in the
Sure,
meantime, we can start. We can actually start. I will communicate with Arijit on WhatsApp.
Okay. Sure. So, welcome, everyone. Absolutely pleased to have you all over here. Welcome all delegates right from across the world. We are looking at a remarkable lineup from countries right across US, Botswana, China, Indonesia, oh my God, Philippines, Bangladesh, Nepal. I can go on. An excellent and impressive lineup for us to deep dive into an amazing lineup of topics where we're talking about technology. I think Arijit tackles technology and finance, and there's entrepreneurship, education. Very interestingly, there is solopreneurship coming from Virginia and US. We're talking about sustainable entrepreneurship in several sessions, and interestingly, technopreneurial mindset, which is a new one, and I'm most eagerly looking forward to that. So, welcome all delegates. It's a privilege to welcome our visionary leader, Dr. Shubhajyoti Ray, who's the director of Jaipuria Institute of Management, which is the co-host along with CGM South Africa for this two-day symposium on entrepreneurship. So, without much ado, we will start with the lighting of the lamp, which is the traditional welcome we follow in India. So, Rakhi, can we have the lighting of the lamp, please?
There is no sound, I suppose.
You want to hold that up for later, Raki ma'am?
I think we can skip this part for now. There's an issue.
You're on mute, Raki.
Before we proceed further, it's an honor to invite Dr. Charmaine Gangin, Global Entrepreneurship Education Consultant and founder, CEO of CGM Training and Consulting, Cape Town, South Africa, to share a few words about this symposium. Dr. Gangin's expertise and insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the significance of this event.
On behalf of CGM and Jaipuria Institute of Management, Noida, India, I would like to wish you a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, our international guests, our faculty, students, industry experts, as well as public and private partners. It gives us immense pleasure to launch the third Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium 2024. This has now become a yearly event over the last 3 years and hopefully going forward as well. So I would like you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the knowledge and the experience and exposure of the amazing keynote speakers from across the globe, over 17 countries and 5 continents, who have descended on this platform to share one unique vision, sharing global entrepreneurship education. Best wishes to all the speakers and also for the next 2 days, which hopefully is going to be an amazing event, jam-packed with knowledge and education for speakers and attendees alike. Thank you also for joining us and sharing your time with us, and also for your esteemed presence on this day. And I do know that we have got speakers and attendees from across the global sphere. I just said to Gary that I'm actually in South Africa and Gary's up in the US. It's morning here, it's night there, and different time zones for all the speakers. So thank you so much. Do sit back and relax and let the symposium begin. Thank you so much.
A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Charmaine Gangin for gracing us with your profound words and insights. Your expertise has added immense value to this symposium. Now, let's welcome Dr. Subhajyoti Ray, Director of Jaipuria Institute of Management, for the welcome address.
Good morning, good evening to everyone across the world. First of all, on behalf of Jaipuria Institute of Management, Noida, I'm delighted to welcome each one of you who are attending this seminar. This is an extremely important and significant topic for this symposium on entrepreneurship. I especially thank Professor Joy Patra and Charmaine Gangin, Dr. Gangin, for partnering with us in taking all the trouble to organize this. Equally thrilled to welcome Mr. Gary Lane, whom I can see on the screen now, whose keynote address we all look forward to. You know, as educators, and particularly in business schools, we are always looking to up the game in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Within the Indian context, we have today several policies and programs that facilitate entrepreneurship by creating a lot of clear structures and processes within the university framework that can encourage entrepreneurship taken up by students. However, we all realize entrepreneurship education is not about imparting knowledge, but it's more about igniting a spark and people willing to make a difference to society. Within the Indian context, again, I'll say that there are several such cases where entrepreneurship towards SDGs are becoming popular. We have quite a good number of cases on water conservation, particularly in urban water bodies, poverty alleviation, beggar foundation, for example, affordable healthcare, quality education at low cost. These are areas where a lot of young people are actually pursuing their entrepreneurial activities. But there is a significant room to scale up. And these islands of innovation that we witness and we read about in papers and occasionally on the social media how do we mainstream into the higher educational institutes conversations and among the students is a challenge for us still. I am sure, absolutely sure, by looking at the plethora of speakers from across the world, that this symposium will be a great place to platform to share the best practices, complete new ideas on it from educators for us, particularly as how we can do our game better, how can we do better at imparting entrepreneurship education. I thank each one of you for your valuable time and look forward to 2 days of enriching conversations. Thank you again, Dr. Gargan and Joy, and Mr. Gary Laney and others on this webinar. Look forward to hearing from all of you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. Next on our agenda is a momentous occasion as we welcome Mr. Gary C. Laney, a best-selling author and a serial entrepreneur, whose new book titled Become a Super Leader has been launched today. Is from United States of America to deliver the inaugural keynote address. Mr. Laney will enlighten us on leaders are made, not born, strategic competencies for the 21st century leaders. Please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Mr. Gary C. Laney.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen so the technical person can help me because it worked before. Let's see if we can get it to that point. Thank you so much. So if you can tell me if you can see my screen okay before I proceed, is it okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Ray, Dr. Patra, Charmaine, Dr. Gangan, I should call you. So I appreciate it. So it's so amazing to be able to be on a webinar like this where we're across the world. And I'm going to go ahead and expand my screen, and hopefully you can still see me at the same time. In talking to Charmaine, we were looking for a title for my speech, and it's an honor, number one, to be back with you, to be participating, to be involved with you, and to be amongst the thought leadership of entrepreneurship. I grew up in a family that was entrepreneurial. My father was an entrepreneur. My grandfather, my great-grandfather. It's in the blood, and so I knew when I got into corporate years and years ago that after 25 years that I would probably not be in it forever. And so 20 years ago, I'm dating myself. Don't add the numbers, okay? Because I'm the only gray-haired guy on this platform, I think. But for almost 20 years now, I've been in my own entrepreneurial venture, been involved in 20 businesses, one of which at the beginning, I was working for a company that was a startup that went public. I was a vice president of sales, worldwide sales. Wonderful opportunity to see how that all worked. Since then, getting involved in turnaround situations, helping entrepreneurs. 12 of the 20 were businesses that I acquired that built, grew, and developed into something I could then exit from. So really, really love entrepreneurship. Is near and dear to my heart. And so I thought I would just take a moment, first of all, to thank Charmaine. Thank you so much. Number one, for our friendship, for the years we've known each other. Thank you for creating this platform that allows people across the world, across the globe to be able to share best practices, thought leadership. And by the way, the title that I came up with, I wanted to represent the vast majority of all those who are participating today. So leaders are made, not born. If you've not heard that title before, it was coined by a man named Vince Lombardi, who was a great football coach years and years ago. So that's something that became part of my book. I'm going to share with you just a second. And then strategic competencies for the 21st century leader. So why is that important? Why do we care about trying to keep up with the Joneses, as you might say, within competitive leadership, and especially across the globe? And it's because everywhere I go, everywhere I speak, there's an array of people from ages in their 20s up to their 70s. And so the ideas, the formal thought leadership that's evolving, the technology, innovation. There's so much going on, and we can't just look at one period of time and say that's it. I grew up in technology. That's where I spent most of my career when I was in corporate, and I was in information technology, document management, knowledge management. I mean, it was all about data, all about how to share data, how to be collaborative. So in my experience, the fact that we're coming together in a variety of generations, number one. Number two, ideas that are formulating for innovation that are very important to us. The speed of technology today, of learning, of transformation, and of dissemination is so important. So I just wanted to give that introduction as we get started, and hopefully that will give some premise for it. So I'm so happy and delighted today. I have to say this because, and thank you so much for the introduction about my book. This book just became live today on all the Amazon channels across the world. And it is a kind of a sequel to my first book called The Power of Strategic Influence, if you've read that book. If you know me, you know that I interview top-notch leaders across the world. And I include them in my book as exemplary people, leaders that can tell you, from their experience that these principles work. And so you might notice some of them, and these are US-based people this time. Last time I had many more speakers, and it was more diversified across the world. But Nando Cesaron is the Executive Vice President and President of UPS US. He has been the President of UPS in many countries around the world. Now he's in an executive team within UPS. So if you haven't heard of UPS, they deliver and ship products across the world. I had the privilege and honor to go to headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia, to interview him in person on April 5th coming up. I'm the organizer for an event called the Influential Leadership Symposium. It's not a 2-day conference like yours, it's a half day. But Nando has given me the opportunity to do a sit down and interview him live in front of this crowd. And that's a distinct honor that I'm looking forward to. Cindy Bigelow is the president of and CEO of Bigelow Tea. I don't know if you folks have heard of Bigelow Tea, but in the United States, they own 26% of the world of the market here. They also have their product throughout the world. So very, very popular. It's a family-owned business, and she was a classmate of mine at Northwestern Kellogg. David Meltzer, international speaking star. He was the CEO of a company called Lee Steinberg sports agency. Back in the day, if you've ever heard of the movie called Jerry Maguire, the company he worked for, and when he was there, that's what inspired this movie. Because they used to represent all the very, very top-notch quarterbacks in the NFL. Jody Richards, I was introduced to. She's the CEO and president of Process Technology. And anywhere where there are microchips and technology that her company would be involved in. So I just wanted to give you a sampling of the people involved in my book. And becoming a super leader is all about reaching your potential and mastering things that'll let you to leave a legacy someday. So I thought I would start off. Go ahead. Does somebody have feedback? No? Okay. I'll continue. So I'm going to ask the question of those who are listening to me today, because we can't have this interchange that I normally have when I have a discussion or a speech in person. But the question I have for you is, have you ever been in the presence of someone of significance? I want you to think about what that means for a second. What does it mean to be in the presence of someone who has accomplished something to the extent where they might be considered to be an expert? Someone who, here in the States, maybe this is a worldwide concept, but we call these kind of people GOATs, the greatest of all time. So think about it, if you've ever met someone like that. If you've ever been in their presence. And more importantly, I think somebody's trying to make contact.
We'll request delegates to please keep their mics on mute while we have the speaker. Terribly sorry about that, Gary. Please do carry on.
No, I just want to make sure there wasn't a problem. So take a moment and take a breather. So the question is, have you ever been in the presence of someone that is the best of the best? The next question is, if that ever happened to you, were you inspired? Did it make an impact on you? Do you remember how it felt? Were you inspired by the words, by their performance? It doesn't have to be about business. It could be in art or music or sports. But certainly the privilege of being in the presence of somebody like that has spent so much time of their life dedicated to developing something that is masterful. And then if you have done that, the biggest question is, did you do something with that inspiration that you received when you were in their presence? Think about how the opportunity. You're sitting, you're watching, you're observing, and you experience what happens when someone of expert ability performs in front of you, and you think, wow, that was an amazing experience. But you don't want that to let that pass you by. If you let it pass you by, then it was an opportunity lost. So my proposal today, as I continue on this journey of discussing mastery and greatness and potential, is to ask yourself, how do I take advantage of the opportunities when I'm in the presence of someone that's really good at something, somebody who's masterful, that has significant skill set in something? And how do I put that to use so that I can make myself better and do something with it? So let's continue. You won't recognize this person, but you'll have heard of him. His name is Aristotle. Aristotle was an amazing person who was a philosopher who was taught and mentored by Plato, Plato was mentored by Socrates. So the three probably most known, I think, philosophers in the world that made a big difference in the things and the way that you thought about back then, and their philosophies still continue today. When we talk about mastery, I love one of the sayings by Aristotle, who talked about if you're going to reach potential, it really just means that you have to find a way to make it actual. How do you take philosophy? How do you take an idea, theory, and turn it into something that actually produces a result? That means you have to take action. So nothing is really going to happen until you have action and a plan and execution. And he used to call it unrealized ability. So I'm going backwards a little bit. I'm dating myself, but there was a movie called City Slickers back in the day. It was a Western kind of movie, kind of modern Western, where people that got tired of business, got stressed out, needed a break from their jobs, would go to a ranch. And a ranch, they would put them to work, herding cattle, doing hard work, trying to kind of making them take notice of what real life is about, how to get them grounded before they go back to work. So they spent a week or two doing this. And one of the actors in this was a guy named Jack Palance, who played a person named Curly. And he was talking to a guy named Billy Crystal, an actor. And the question was, do you know what the secret of life is? And of course, Mitch said, no, I don't. But what is it? He said, there's just one thing, just one thing. And of course, Mitch wanted to know what that one thing was. And so he said, that's what you've got to figure out. So he didn't really answer the question, but he did give him the forethought to say, if you need to figure out what life is, you need to sit down, analyze, and figure out, what motivates you, what the meaning of life is to you, what the purpose is for the different roles you have in your life. So I've always remembered that in that movie, and we'll come back to that. So every one of us has the potential to do something and to become much more than we are. I've learned that. I've managed over 2,000 salespeople, support people, professional service people in my lifetime. I've been involved in 20 different businesses, and I've seen certain people extend themselves and reach the potential that they have by doing certain things on a regular basis to form habits. Well, Robert Greene, who talks about mastery in his teachings, said if you want to become a master at something, you want to reach your potential someday, you have to do like Curly did and say, find that one thing that truly excites and motivates you, then devote yourself to it fully. That's really the key here. So I want you to think about that as we go through this. Next question is, do you have to be, like I said in my title, do you have to be born with talent to be successful? Again, the title, Leaders Are Made, Not Born. The three people up here you might recognize, Tiger Woods on the left, Amelia Earhart, and anybody recognize the guy on the right? That is not Mozart. That is Beethoven. So I just want clear the field here so you know who we're looking at. Any of them, do you think, were prodigies? Do you think Tiger, Amelia, or Beethoven were prodigies? Which means at a very young age, they showed amazing talent and expertise and a very fast learning curve. Well, you might be surprised to find out the only one on that list who was a prodigy was Tiger Woods, who at the age of 8 or 9 years old wanted to enter a national contest to compete against 12 and 13-year-olds, and he won the national. He had to enter himself as a 12-year-old. He won the tournament and then went on to win every national tournament for years to come, and we all know what his experience was. The fact of the matter is, though, even prodigies can't reach their potential if they don't actually do what Aristotle did and say, put it to use, put it to work, make it actual, execute against it. Amelia Earhart didn't start flying until she was in her 20s, and so she wouldn't be considered a prodigy, even though she became the greatest woman aviator of all time at that time. And Beethoven was not considered to be a person with great talent at a young age, not even in his teenage years. Mozart would not see him, and Beethoven desperately wanted to meet Mozart and learn the skills. But through practice, through diligence and relentless hours of learning music and learning how to compose, even when he was losing his hearing, he became one of the greats. Some people think that he is greater than even Mozart, who was a prodigy. So I'm going to give you a case study, and I'm using examples from my world, and I'm using Benjamin Franklin here. Benjamin Franklin, if we had time, I could tell you about his life. I've been studying him for years and years. He was an amazing polymath. A polymath, if it's a term you're not familiar with, is a person that has multidisciplinary expertise. They don't just have expertise in one thing. It's many, many disciplines and knowledge throughout all those disciplines. Well, he was, as a young boy, put into an apprenticeship with his brother to learn the printing business. And then at age 17, he got on a ship, went to London, learned the publishing printing business in a much deeper manner, came back when he was age 20. And at that point in his life, does anybody know how long this man lived? In the 1700s, he was born in 1706. And when he was 20 years old, it was 1726. People were living to be about 39 years old. That's how the average age limit was for people to survive and live at that time. Benjamin Franklin lived to be 86 years old. How in the world did he do that when people weren't surviving so long? Well, I've been studying him for a long time. You can see the many accomplishments he had. He was a fantastic, very successful printer, author, and publisher. Actually retired at age 42. That was actually already past the age that most people lived back then, but he was only halfway through his age. He was a statesman. He was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence for the U.S. Benjamin Franklin was relentless in his seeking of information and ways of doing things. When he was age 20, his one thing was to decide for himself, because he had behaviors he didn't like about himself, was to say, I'm going to master my character. It wasn't just one thing. It's something for someone to become the best of the best in one thing. But he said, I want to be the best of the best in many things. And that category is called character. So he came up with 13 virtues, he called them. The virtues were temperance, silence, order, frugality. You can see the list there. These were things he was challenged with personally. They weren't just things he wanted to brag about. He really was challenged behaviorally by these items on the list here. And so he decided at age 20, once he returned from London, that he was going to work on these and create a system that would allow him over time to improve, if not master, all 13 of them. The big question we have is, why 13? I like 10 personally. I like, Big 10 lists. So did David Letterman, if you ever watched his show. But there was a reason why Benjamin Franklin, who was trying to be systematic about this, who was trying to make a commitment for life, chose 13. Ask yourself why for a second. Well, how many weeks are there in a year? 52. How many times does 13 go into 52? It goes in
4 times.
Exactly 4 times. Exactly. So he made a commitment with a program that said, this is perpetual. I'm going to start working on these items one at a time. I'm going to spend an entire week focusing on temperance, and then I'll go to the next one. I'll spend an entire week working on silence, order, resolution, frugality. At the end of those 13 weeks, guess what happened? He started all over, went to the top of the old list, and did it then in 4 cycles during the year. At the end of the year, he took inventory of himself. He rated himself on each of these items, and then he moved on to the next year. It never ended. Now, he did say that over every year or two, he would swap out some of these things because he felt like he was doing well on certain things, and so he'd swap it out to try to improve himself on other things. I started using this system back in 1980 when I first had my first team of salespeople, and this is the system that we use, not virtues, but skill sets for our job. And I wrote a book called The Power of Strategic Influence. Within that book, I came up with a list of 10 because for that book, that was appropriate. For my new book, because the whole book is about mastery, I used the 13 concept, and we're talking about competencies. So since 2020, I've been surveying people around the world, leaders mostly, and asking them, what do you think are the competencies that a true leader needs to have to effectuate, some success and produce great results as a leader? And as you can imagine, every region, every industry, every country, you'll get some different types of responses of what it takes, what are the traits and the skill sets of a leader. And so the 13 we came up with were rankings. So I had a list of 40 competencies. These are the top 13. And so I have a system like Benjamin Franklin that says, if you want to improve yourself, you have to create a system of habit. Now, I asked people, I said, what does it take to create a habit? How many days, how many weeks, how many months? Is there a formula out there that says if you do this over a certain amount of time, you'll create a habit? People always tell me, because there's some definition and there's some history about that question, and they'll say 21 days. And I'll say, do you really think that in 21 days that you can create a habit that's going to last you for life, like Benjamin Franklin? Do you really think that that first 13 weeks, he was doing not just days, but 13 weeks? And at the end of it, he felt like he had barely tapped the surface of what he needed to do to perfect himself in those particular virtues. So I'm just going to put it out there and say, okay, 21 days, it's enough time if you did it every day and you worked hard at it to actually create an understanding and help you know, hey, I can improve myself in these 21 days, and maybe now I have an understanding that'll help carry me forward. I'm here today to tell you that this is a lifelong habit. So Aristotle once again says what we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. That's Aristotle. So I'm going to jump into this because I want to show you the top 40 that came out of my study. Over 1,000 leaders around the world that I sent surveys to. This is what came back. The ones that are highlighted, that are bolded, are the top 13. But I've done something that Benjamin Franklin didn't do. I divided these competencies, he called them virtues, into what I call anchors. So my book is about the essential anchors of influential leadership. And so the first one is character, which goes right down the line with Benjamin Franklin. I've assigned 10 out of the list of the 40. They've all lined up almost magically when I did this. Character, there's 10, mindset, learning, innovation, and then influence. And so what I'm suggesting, if you use my system in my book, it'll teach you, choose 13. If you don't know what 13 to choose the top 13. And then you can substitute it, as Benjamin Franklin did, over time until you get to the right list that really fits you well in your industry, in your role, and your leadership. And so that's it. And we'll just continue. I also created a system that lets you to understand conceptually, this is my system, to know how you go about this. It's an evolution. It's a process. You can't do things unless there's a process to get the results you want. Anchor 1 is character. There's the top 3. You don't have to use those 3, but I'm using the top 13. Next is mindset. Next, after that, is innovation and learning. So some people call themselves lifelong learners. And that's an excellent category because there's 10 different aspects and competencies that can help you to become a expert learner, and someone who believes and promotes and actually executes, again, as innovation. The last one is influence. And it's evolutionary. We start with our character. You can't go to mindset until your character is in place. When I'm on an airplane, the first thing they tell me as they're getting ready to take off is, if we have a problem in the air, the first thing you should do is take care of yourself. Grab the oxygen mask, put it on yourself so you can help other people. Don't attempt to do it without taking care of yourself first. That's what character is. You have to define who you are, how you can understand your capability, what motivates you, and what is your purpose in life. Once you have your character in place, it's mindset. Now I have the ability to think outside of my own character and think, what's my mindset in every situation I go into, with people, with my job, with a customer, etc. Well, after that, we say, okay, now I've got the right mindset. It's carrying me forward. It's helping me with my purpose to propel me. How do I execute against that to do something that's going to produce results? I have to keep learning. I have to innovate. And finally, it's influence. When you've done all that, people are going to look at you as an expert. They're going to say, wow, you influence me because of what you do, but what you say and the things you carry with you. So this is just an example. If you did 1 week, you see there's 5. You rate yourself 1 to 5. The one thing Benjamin Franklin didn't do is have a rating system. I'm very process oriented. I've been doing this for decades with people. So I have people take the item they're going to work at, and at the end of the week, they rate it. Am I a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? 5 is very hard to get to, by the way. You should be very, very difficult on yourself. And start with a 1 or 2 and then progress at each cycle. So I just want to give you a flavor of how that works. Here's the system. Here's an 8-step process, starting with identifying the competencies you need to work on, finding your sources of light, which is your purpose and your motivation and the passion that they talked about. So it's on and on. It'll just show you the steps to get to where you need to go. At the end of a cycle, you stop, you assess, you revise, and redo. So as we heard the first quote, and also Aristotle, I wanted to bring up Malcolm Gladwell. So Malcolm Gladwell had a specific idea about how you can perfect yourself or master something. And perfection is a hard thing to even describe, so I'm going to take that off the table. Let's call it mastery. Let's call it potential. He said, for you to hit your potential, it's not easy. You have to spend 10,000 hours of deliberate practice. But guess what? Not just any kind of practice, not just haphazardly, not just organically. It has to be done in the correct way. You may not know the correct way to begin with. You may learn part of it, but over time, you're going to understand the correct way. If you're a violinist, 10,000 hours later, you're going to be an expert violinist if you've done things in the correct way and become a world-class expert. Now, I'm here to tell you today that some people will learn faster. Some people will take longer. It might take 20,000 hours. But the fact of the matter is it takes a lot of time, deliberate practice, and trying to improve yourself along the journey. So I'm going to share with you 2 experiences of my own. In 1974, I was in high school, and I was into 3 sports. I was in wrestling, track, and football. We don't do soccer as much. Back then, we didn't do soccer. Now it's called football everywhere, but this is American football. I injured my back and couldn't continue with football, but I was still able to do wrestling and track. Well, my wrestling coach, who had never wrestled before, he worked really hard to teach us, couldn't give us the wherewithal of the expertise in wrestling. So he would tell us to go to things. So he called me up one morning and said, Gary, there's this great camp coming, and Dan Gable is going to be there, the world champion gold medalist. And so I made a decision on the spot that I was going to go to that. I was going to pay for it myself because it was not good timing for my parents. I've been saving money for 2 years to buy a motorcycle. But I decided to go to this camp because this man right here, Dan Gable, had just won the 1972 Olympics, I guess a couple of years before, not quite. And I was going to have the opportunity to be under his tutelage with a group of about 50 wrestlers. I got to the camp when the time came. My dad dropped me off. I went to the first exercise orientation, and the coach of the camp, Roderick, came to me and said, Gary, we'd like you to be the escort of Dan Gable. Can you imagine somebody saying that to someone who is your hero? I had no clue. I didn't have any friends there. My coach wasn't there. Who in the world inspired that guy to ask me to do this particular assignment? I was so happy, so excited. So when the time came, I ran, across campus. It was at the university. I met him. I recognized him. We didn't have the internet back then, by the way, in 1974. But we did have magazines. We did have television. And I recognized him instantly. I went up to him, introduced myself. Mr. Gable, I'm Gary Laney. So nice to meet you. I've been asked to come and help you be your escort, take you to your dormitory. And so I grabbed one of his bags off. We went across campus. For the next 40 minutes, very few people have an opportunity like I did. I don't even think I understood it at the time, to spend one-on-one time with a world champion, one of the best, the GOAT of wrestling, at least in his weight class. Dan Gable, to tell you how good he was, when he was in high school, he went undefeated, 64 matches. He never lost from his first match to his last match as a senior in high school. In college, same thing, national champion, until his last match of the national championship in his senior year. Something went wrong. He lost 13-7 to a guy named Larry Owens. Everybody was freaked out because this wasn't supposed to happen. This guy had never lost a match. So Dan Gable went back to the basics and worked hard for the next 2 years to prepare for the Olympics, and went to the Olympics in Munich, and he did not get scored against. This is how good this guy was. He didn't get a single point scored against him in all the matches that he wrestled with the best of the best in the world. Now, this is the man I was about to meet. So here I am. I'm walking across campus with Dan, and in my mind, the youth showed up, and I felt so stupid after, but I asked him, I said, "Hey, Dan, I heard you lost a match one time." Why wouldn't I ask him anything? Tell me how you succeed. How did you have the mindset? Why didn't I do something to take advantage of that moment? I had to ask him the stupidest question in the world. Why did you lose? And the guy was forgiving. He said, "Gary, I had a bad day." And so I promised right then I would never, ever do something so stupid. I would be attentive. I'd be his best student for the week. And I went on to have a great week. I'll just tell you, before this camp, I was winning about half of my matches, maybe 2 out of 3 sometimes. I was not great. I was not an expert. I was good. I was physically fit, but I wasn't expert because my coach wasn't a wrestling coach. He never wrestled. Dan Gable, in 4 days, first of all, being his escort, 4 days of his tutelage, having the opportunity to go against him many times. He was the greatest defender of himself I've ever seen. This guy could counter anything. In 4 days, I was undefeated at that camp. During the next year, I went undefeated in high school and got a national ranking. It happened in a matter of 4 days. Imagine what could have happened if I had this guy for 4 years. So I never became, a world champion or anything, but it showed me that having access to expertise and then dedicating yourself with a serious attitude, like everybody I've quoted, is super, super important. This is me. My senior year is when I was undefeated. So I had the physical, I didn't have the brain, but I put them together and it was an amazing experience. Quick, one more experience. How are we doing on time, by the way? I'm not doing very good. Can you tell me, Professor Patra, how much time do I have?
Quite good. We have our next speaker not until another 15 minutes. So you saw it.
I'll wrap this up in 10.
Sure,
Okay,
please do.
so I want to tell you about mastery from language point of view, and then I'll tell you a little bit about business. So in 1976, I went to college for a year. I decided to stop what I was doing. I wanted to serve in a voluntary fashion before I got married, before I got too deep into my university career. And my church had a program where you could sign up as a service missionary, and they would approve you, hopefully, and then they would ship you somewhere around the world. My brother had done this. He did a stateside service mission, but I applied and I got approved to go to Spain. Now, I didn't speak any Spanish. I didn't speak a word of any language because in high school, they gave us an option to do vocational study versus language study, and I did the vocational electronics. So when I was called to Spain, I was so excited about it. I thought, wow, I don't speak any Spanish. And I think they speak a different kind of Spanish in Spain. So I went to a school that the church offered for 2 months. I came out. I've been taught by a guy from Argentina. I got to Spain. I didn't understand a single word. And I went for the first month trying to understand anything. I could say some things, but after a month, I really didn't feel like I was going to survive. After 3 months, I did survive, but I was really, really just a little bit competent. So I was able to, you know, get around. I was speaking English a lot of the time with the people that spoke English. So I'm just going to tell you, bottom line, 6 months later, I struggled. I really worked hard at it. And I got to the point where I was okay. I was doing okay. I was, you know, I memorized things so I could say things decently. And I just made a decision that day. I said, I can't continue like this. I will never, you know, perfect or master this language. And I really need to, because I need to be free to express myself. And I couldn't the way I wanted to. So that day was a big deal for me in my life. I made a decision to stop speaking English. I had 18 months to go. It was a 2-year service mission. I decided that day to not speak another word of English unless I had to with an American or English person that didn't speak Spanish. That was a huge deal for me. I also had the opportunity to move in with a Spanish family where we only spoke Spanish. So I was really forced to have to speak it, live my language. And so over the next 6 months, folks, I transformed like I've never transformed before. I was living it. I was listening to it. I wouldn't allow myself to speak English. After the first year, I was feeling like I was pretty, you know, conversational. And then I decided I'm going to continue this. The next 6 months, I became, I'm going to tell you, fluent. I may not have had the vocabulary of the most academic person, but I was fluent. I was able to express myself. And the last 6 months, I was free. I was able to, you know, go out to talk to people, to express myself, to engage and focus on my message and my service and not my language. It's the most amazing experience of my life. So I decided after that experience, and before the first time I gave this this talk with this example, to step back and say, how many hours did I spend at this? Malcolm Gladwell says 10,000 hours. The first 6 months, I was speaking Spanish outside of my apartment, but not inside. And so 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, 26 weeks, 1,456 hours. I was not going to become an expert at that level in 2 years. The next 7 to 24 months, after the decision I made, it was 24/7. Every waking hour, I was speaking Spanish and working at it and becoming better at it and conversing with people. And it came out to 8,736 hours in those 18 months. Magically, I did not plan this, I'll tell you. Magically, it was 10,192 hours I got out of that. It's just a fluke, I'm sure. But the fact is, Malcolm Gladwell's formula worked for me. And I became a master of Spanish. Now, I don't speak Spanish as much as I should anymore, but what an amazing experience. When I came home, I got to give a speech in my church, and I had a Spanish accent. And my father, when he came to get me, my mother and father came to Spain. My dad didn't want us to travel by car because it was crazy driving around in Europe, he thought, even though I thought they were really good drivers. So we were getting on a bus one day. I was talking to this Spanish guy in front of me. We're having a conversation. At the end of my conversation, we're now boarding the bus. My dad said, hey, Gary, he said, what did that guy talk to you about? What did he ask you? I said, well, he wanted to know where I was from in Spain. He said, are you kidding me? He thinks you're Spanish. And it was the first time I really realized that I had mastered my language because I had the accent down, I had the language down, and it was an amazing revelation for me personally. So quickly, I'm just going to tell you, this is a house that I almost lost everything trying to build. It was an investment, and my family and I lived there for 7 years, but I had left my corporate job, went into an entrepreneurial setting, and then that didn't work out, and all of a sudden I had this house and this obligation and this loan. I'm going to tell you why I give you this experience, because I need to talk about business for a second. When I was about to get into financial ruin, my family had no idea. My wife's listening to this right now, and she might think, wow, were you really worried? Because I didn't know you were worried, but I was. I had to figure out how to carry on to build this house and to make money. I had 3 months to do it. The guy that I was in partnership, it fell apart, and I had to figure out, what do I do? So I had to step back and say, who am I? Right? The character of myself. Who am I? Mindset. Those first two anchors. How do I do this? And then I realized I've been working for corporate people for 25 years. They give me the keys. I go out, I get things done, I execute, and I've never let anybody down. Why would I let myself down? And so I decided to think about what competencies I had. I remembered growing up in my dad's business because I had become an entrepreneur in training. And I also started to network. And it was the first time in my life where I really took networking seriously. I started getting hold of my friends and my network, my influential sphere. And I got a hold of brokers and people who suggested businesses for me to look at. I didn't have a lot of money because I was taking it from a credit line. And so I ended up buying 7 tiny little businesses and decided I'm going to follow the money. I can't buy one because what if it doesn't work and I fail and I lose my house and my family is in trouble financially and my children in school. So 7 businesses, 3 of those were actually operating decently. I bought them for like anywhere between 10,000 and 25 or 50,000. Actually, I've spent 60,000 on one of them. 250,000 total for 7 businesses. 3 of them fell flat, didn't do well. Excuse me, 4 of them, and 3 of them went very well, turned into a multi-million-dollar business. We kept our house, and I was able to sell it later and pay it, you know, and pay off all my debt and have a nest egg. So my point here is I learned something about myself when things got tough. I think it's the time in your life where you learn the most when you're challenged with failure. And I learned that my superpower, if you want to know one thing I thought I was very, very good at, and I still am, is adaptability. I have others that I'm good at. And here's the list again. Here's some of the ones I think helped me get through this experience and not fail. Positivity, proactivity, strategic networking, which I mentioned. Experiential. I grew up in a family business. I spent 25 years in corporate. I knew what to do. I just had to believe in myself. Survival mindset was critical to me. And then finally, the one that really made the difference, adaptability. Working 7 different businesses, being able to pivot and move and be agile so that I could be successful no matter what I was doing. So folks, this is the list. You have the ability to stop and say, what on this list do I have the ability right now to use in my life and my work and become successful at and help other people? And maybe there's one thing on there that could become my expert competence and help me become a master. So here's the 13 top ones. I'm telling you, you go through these week by week, you know the formula already. At the end of one cycle, you start all over. That's the formula. And then I'm just going to tell you, mindset's critical. Steven Schellenberg, one of the greatest examples of networking that I've ever met, who used to surround himself with the best people and keep those relationships alive for years and years. I learned that from him. Next one is mindset. Gary Kennedy, who was a former, he actually was an endorsement on this book I just launched. He was the former president of Oracle, USA. And this guy, when he left Oracle, started taking, president, CEO jobs, board jobs. And he said, before he ever made a decision to take a job, he would always step back and ask himself, can I make a difference? If he didn't feel like he could, he wouldn't take it. Great example of integrity focused. And then I'll just go through this and just say, the last one is Nando Cicerone, who I have the privilege to interview for my book, but also for this webinar, or excuse me, this symposium that's coming up on April 5th. The greatest example I think I've ever met of somebody who is emotionally intelligent. During our interview, I said, what do you think your competency assets are? And he said, well, that I'm non-reactive. I don't react to good things happening or bad because it allows me to think clearly, to assess the situation and do the best I can as a support to the person or the group that I'm talking to. Amazing guy. I could tell you about our experience together, but I'll leave that for the experience I have coming up. So I'm going to give you some parting words. Benjamin Franklin, even though he set the goal to master himself in 13 virtues, said at the end he fell short of it. Look what he said. He says, on the whole, though I never arrived at perfection, I had been so ambitious at obtaining, I fell short of it. Yet as I was, he said, this is 17, well, I have to add the years up, 80, 90 something. He was 84 years old, excuse me. He says, yet as I was by the endeavor, a better and happier man than I otherwise should have been had I not attempted it. He did not perfect himself, but look what he did over a lifetime. And some of those things he became expert at, but he was not going to claim expertise on everything. And my last parting thought, you should embrace the journey of leadership mastery. And I'm going to share with you one of my favorite poems, but this, we don't know we don't know the author, but here it is. And I'd like you to remember it. Maybe it helps set yourself up for the rest of this conference. Stick to your task till it sticks to you. Beginners are many, but enders are few. Honor, power, place, and praise will come in time to the one who stays. So stick to your task till it sticks to you. Bend at it, sweat at it, and smile at it too. For out of the bend, the sweat and the smile will come life's victories after a while. Thank you very much. Hope I didn't take too much time. Sorry,
Oh, that was
Professor.
perfect. Awesome. Brilliant. Hey, Halima, you want to take over?
With such enlightening thoughts on leadership paradigms, which will now inspire us to rethink and embrace strategic competencies. We will now transition into our first plenary session. I am pleased to invite our keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of Virtual Infocom, founder and chairman, World Leader Summit. We will be now calling Ms. Mint Pan. Continuing our exploration of business growth strategies, we have privilege of welcoming Ms. Mint Pan, APAC Business Development Lead, China, to shed light on the topic, roles in the startup ecosystems and how innovation activities bring true impact.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thank you, Charmaine, for the invitation. Please, can anyone allow me to share my screen? Okay, awesome. Wait a second. Yes. Okay, so yeah, it's thrilled to be here. And today I will be discussing the roles in the startup ecosystem and how innovation activities bring the true impact to our industry. So before I jump into the next slide, I would like to give a short introduction about myself. So I'm Mint, and I'm currently in China, and I've been in the startup ecosystem for more than around 10 years. So starting from like when I tapped into the startup ecosystem, I was a tech founder myself, and then I went to manage a startup accelerator, and then I went to build a startup community. And during that time, I also had the chance to communicate with a lot of corporates and also governments for the startup ecosystems. So you can imagine that I've been in a very different roles in the startup ecosystem, and I got to understand what they're looking for and what are the roles they're playing and what are they bringing to the ecosystem. So that's my background. And currently I'm managing the APAC region for UNUDO. And maybe I can start from what we actually do for UNUDO. So UNUDO is a global startup selection and engagement platform as a SaaS. So during the past 14 years, we actually had the chance to work with many startups, like more than 400,000. I can update the data here. And also we got a chance to work with many organizations and also like corporates, governments, universities. So here are some of the clients that we ever work with, like Amazon, Black Ambition, Beta University, Netflix, Google, Amazon, like many of them that you can name. And how we work with them is actually that we provide the best tool for them to manage their program. And through this process, we actually are able to see how they manage the program, like accelerators or startup competitions or any entrepreneurship program. And during that 14 years, as you can imagine, all those programs that were running on the platform, we were able to understand what are the best practice in order to support the startup ecosystem. So that's why today my topic will be more about how we can bring the true impact to the how we can build the innovation activities that can truly impact the ecosystem. So before we jump into that topic, I would like to kind of explain what are different roles in the startup ecosystem. Maybe there will be more, as what I said, as more than what I explained, but that's what I always have when I'm trying to explain the ecosystem. So as we can see that we actually have many different roles in the ecosystem that will somehow influence our industry, like governments, corporates, universities, accelerators, incubators, foundations, and of course, at the end, that will more likely to lead to startups. So governments, corporates, universities, they actually plays a very pivotal roles in fostering the entrepreneurships. For example, governments, we have dedicated departments to support startup. For example, in India, that might be the department that calls Startup India. And in South Korea, that might be KISED, KISED. And I would say that all the government, they have a specific department to support the startups by providing funding, by like giving the policy that can actually support the startup and everything. So government will be one of the most important role in this ecosystem. And then it will be corporates. So I'm not sure everyone knows, but nowadays corporates, they foster innovation like crazily. They do open innovation or they do entrepreneurship like internally to support the staff to do new technologies. So we can see that corporates are building innovation lab, they are running accelerators, and they might be just tell the world that, hey, we are looking for a certain type of technology that can be implemented to our business unit or into our processes. And they will be lovely. They would love to work with external startups for their new technology that they built. But it seems there are not that many startups actually know about that. So if you ever got a chance to build a product and you think a certain corporate will benefit from it, then I would suggest you to go to the corporate and search, for example, let's say Nokia. That just search Nokia plus open innovation, then you will see that they're actually looking for a certain type of technologies, and you can simply just submit your interest or just find the contact. Then you will probably have a chance to actually work with the corporate with their proof of concept or sell them your product. And then we have universities. So for universities, that it's actually a very important part as our UNOODLE platform. So we got a chance to work with many universities, as you can name, like Stanford, Cambridge, UC Berkeley, Baylor University, University of Michigan, and all these universities, especially in North America, you can name. And all these universities, they definitely, I would say normally they will have the entrepreneurship department or innovation department to support their alumni to build a startup. So they will have the accelerator, they will have the funding opportunities, or they will have even some spaces to provide to the startups. And that's what universities do. They not only provide the talents for the startup ecosystem, they also have actually some opportunities to support the startups that are built by their alumni. Then we have accelerators and incubators. So this one, I don't think I need to explain much, like the programs that they will accelerate your projects in a certain, probably a 3 months period of program, or by probably providing you some of the training or curriculum. So this one, I don't need to explain much. And we have the foundations. So nowadays, we, as a UNOODLE, that we noticed that many foundations start standing up and they are trying to bring the equality to the startup ecosystem. So for example, we are currently working with a competition called Black Ambition. It's kind of a NGO that it's kind of organized by an NGO, and they will be supporting the Black entrepreneurs in United States. So these foundations, they will be trying to build the equal environment for the startup ecosystem by supporting probably a not well-developed region, or supporting some minorities, or like different like genders. So foundations nowadays is also playing a very important role in the ecosystem. And the reason I'm trying to explain these different roles is because I was a founder myself. And when I was a founder, I was like very young. I was like 18, 19-year-old. I was in college. So I didn't have the mindset or knowledge to actually make good use of the resources of this ecosystem. So I didn't know that government has funding. I didn't know that corporate, they are open to work with startups. Or maybe my university has some programs, but I didn't know about this. And after I explain this, I will kind of suggest the entrepreneurs here, if you are looking for certain opportunities to grow, try to search the opportunities that are provided by these 5 roles that I mentioned on this slide. Governments, corporates, universities, accelerators, and foundations make good use of the resources that they provide, make good use of the opportunities that they build for you. And that will actually bring a lot of value to the startup that you're currently building. So that's the roles that I'm trying to explain. And then now I would like to discuss how platform like Unudo impact the entrepreneurs and startups, and kind of the best practice that we have about how to build the innovation activities with the real impact in the startup startup ecosystem. So what we provide is that we provide the access to opportunities. So we provide startups and entrepreneurs with the access to funding, awards, membership, mentorships, and recognitions. And our platform ensure an unbiased evaluation process by employing the best practice, such as multiple judgings and blind scoring. So that's what we do for the first part. And second part is that we support many initiatives. So what we do is that we support organizations and institutions in creating impactful initiatives such as university competitions and global innovation challenges. And through these 2 aspects, we are actually able to observe what's happening like in different regions and different roles, and what are the innovation activities that they are building throughout the past decade. And we actually did a very interesting research together with a professor from the Polytechnic University of Paris. And from that research, we analyzed more than 20,000 ventures around the world. And this research shows how any roles in the startup ecosystem can build the innovation activities with the real impact to the ecosystem. So there are 2 factors that we were considered during this research. First, the evaluation process that these ventures went through when they participated in the competition, such as the scores, the feedback, and results received by experts and judges. And second is their success in the future. So which means which was measured by the number of members of the team, by the amount of funding that they received, and the possibility these entrepreneurs continue working along the same line after some time. So this kind of are the factors that we were considered during the research. And here are some of the facts that we discovered from the research. And I believe that will be somehow useful for some of the innovation activities that you are building. So first, a new job is created for every $9,000 a venture received as a prize. So that's why we always strongly we strongly suggest any programs to somehow associate with some prize money. That will be very important for the startups. And second, if entrepreneurs win $10,000, there is a high probability to get funding for $100,000 more. So that's kind of the second fun fact that we discovered from the research. And the third, the winners of an entrepreneurship competition have a 64% of probability to survive, have a longer impact than can last between 3 to 5 years, and perform with being better metrics in terms of the best practice. So I don't think I have time to, show you guys all the statistics that we got from the research. But if you're interested in it, please feel free to scan the code or jump to the website of our Unudo platform, and you can download the white paper through the platform. So in conclusion, I will urge all the universities, governments, accelerators, and other organizations running entrepreneurship programs to continue their invaluable work. Entrepreneurs, you guys should seize every opportunity available to you, like what I mentioned in the different roles, and believe in your potential to shape the future. So that's pretty much it. I don't think I take too much time. And thank you all for listening. And if you'd like to learn more about us and learn more about, or maybe connect with me, please feel free to reach out. Thank you, guys.
For your enlightening contribution. Your expertise and insights on this topic has provided us with diverse perspective on the business development. Now, I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker for the session, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of Virtual Infocom, founder and chairman, World Leader Summit, jury, National Startup Award, Government of India, advisor, Majan University, mentor, IIT, IIM, Global VC, Kolkata, India, who will now share his expertise on the topic how to grow your business with technology and finance structure.
Thank you so much for the beautiful and lovely introduction of mine. I'm really happy and glad to be here, especially the event co-organized by my good friend, Dr. Charmaine. And definitely it's really happy to see all the other dignitaries and Professor Joy as well. So last year, he invited me and he said, instead of Mr., he said that doctor, and I was not doctorate last time. So I'm now a doctor. So you can joyfully call me as a Dr. Arijit. It is done. So thanks for the inspiration last year, Professor Joy. Coming back to my topic and basically sharing few bit of inputs regarding the global scenario on technology and finance. I will take a small note from our previous speaker. She was speaking more about the entrepreneurial ecosystem as well as definitely what they can give, what they can provide as an ecosystem provider. If we look at the global scenario at the moment, if you look at the entire structure in 2024, I think we have seen a lot many startups who have raised capital in past couple of years, raised capital based on something called valuation. Now, when we go for valuation game for any kind of company who are probably raising the capital from initially the angel investors, eventually going for VC route, and slowly and sequentially, they are going for Series A and Series B, and eventually, probably, they are looking for raising capital on more and more structured way. Well, in my words, if you really want to grow in entrepreneurship, you need to make money. And when you want to make money, you need to understand fundraising is not business. Fundraising is one part of your business. And when you raise capital, you need to give that money back to your investors. Otherwise, it is just happening like you are raising funds, you're becoming unicorn, and then eventually you're not profitable, then you shut down. That's not business. That's not at all entrepreneurship. There are a lot of organizations who are boosting entrepreneurship, giving grants so that they can get a little bit of support. And that support is definitely required. But entrepreneurship is not about probably getting all this support and then eventually win a business plan. I'm so sorry about the straight answer. I can see that is happening in lot many places, in lot many countries. It is just happening just as a business plan competition. Eventually they are winning. And then after a couple of years, you don't see that startup, they are actually growing or they are continuing their journey. So what's the cause? What is the exact problem that they face? In my small opinion, when we look at the impact of technology in startups, maximum cases we probably overvalue and calculate those technology impact with a projection. Now, let me take you to the global scenario, what is going on. If you look at sustainable energy, if you look at artificial intelligence, if you look at blockchain, if you look at quantum computing, all these technologies are actually to minimize the cost, not maximize the cost. So when we talk about raising capital, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we need to understand one basic principle. Can your startup or your business solve a real life problem? If yes, what is that target market? If there is a target market, what is your customer acquisition cost? If your customer acquisition cost is really, really high, then something is wrong in your business plan. To grab one customer, if you have to probably invest a couple of $1,000, then there is a big challenge from the initial level towards the execution level. Let me give you a few bit of real life example. I'm just landed from Dubai a couple of hours back, around 2.5 hours back. So what we do, apart from the description of the host, we run a global accelerator and we run a angel syndicate. Along with that, we are partner of multiple different venture capital funds across the world, which includes 4 different continents in the world itself. And I was running that in Middle East market. Dubai definitely is one of the yeah. So few bit of energy sector. Nowadays, if you look at the impact level, people are pumping money to create sustainable building. Now, what is sustainable building? How you can optimize the cost? It is mainly to run a full-fledged building itself without getting any external power. That building will itself generate power from solar, from wind, and in few bit of cases from water. Now, if we look at the world, probably have seen large amount of those kind of companies who are generating electricity from water. And you may think that can it be possible in a small building? Yes, that's the possibility we're talking about, including creating oxygen inside, including optimizing the entire air and then purifying that. And everything is happening without even using heavy use of electricity or chemicals. Now, if we look at impact level of this building, this is actually optimizing our Mother Earth. Instead of increasing the temperature, it is optimizing the temperature and giving an impact level into the world itself. These kind of solutions are actually very, very attractive. It's not about the business plan, rather it is about the execution, how you can do. There are plants which you can use for optimizing temperature, increasing oxygen level, and if you combine that with the right kind of sun rays, it can actually generate energy as well. Now, can we go for carbon emission? Can we make that as our agenda? Yes, those things are also happening in blockchain nowadays. So in today's world, it is not about probably creating a marketplace. It is more about creating some solution for humanity. Let me give you another example, which we did as a technology provider earlier, as a white label provider. In augmented reality, there are solutions wherein the AR glass can detect and understand you better than you. I'm talking about your own healthcare. I'm talking about your choice, your taste and preference. In those cases, AR with AI plus blockchain plays a very vital role. It is giving you a financial solution without utilizing your own credit cards or debit card. It is giving you a hands-free situation, wherein people can use their own face as the key, and the encryption level is really amazing. Now, when we talk about all these amazing technologies like AR, VR, or probably blockchain or AI, significantly, there is a big question of general data protection. In many cases, we probably forget that. We don't understand how we should create a situation wherein your GDPA is protected. Mainly countries like India or Philippines, I can go on with list of these countries, we don't have a very strong GDPA. I'm sure that a lot of us are maybe going to shopping mall and then we are giving our phone number when they ask for the phone number. And they say that, okay, fine, you have purchased it, your bill will be sent in your mobile number and you can download it by clicking on that particular link. A, it's not secure. B, where is the guarantee that my number is not being sold to a third party? C, when you ask someone to join in some link, maybe sending that into maybe utilizing a social media, you have to have a GDPA compliance in your portal. These small things, when you start as a startup, probably are missing, and that can generate a big issue. For that, there are programs, there are people, there are organizations who are actually making these things very, very optimized for, of course, SMEs, startups, and MSMEs. And that is hugely required at the moment. When we grow, when we probably try to grow in a multi-folded way, these small missing links can create a big issue in future. So when we talk about business acceleration, we talk about incubation program, we probably run it and then we say that we are going to support it with some grant. All these things are practically helping the startups to grow. Eventually, when they grow, probably in the growth stage, it is mandatory to optimize their own legal system. And that I have seen in so many startups, you can probably not even imagine. I've been watching this for last over 2 decades, helping them with the right kind of solution so that they don't get screwed eventually. In my recent experience working with one project which is on education, I'll give you a practical example. So there is a Singapore-based company who wanted to expand in Middle East, and I was helping them in this trip of mine to expand their horizon into Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah. Because the country law is so strong in Singapore, they are very strong GDPR rule. When they want to train utilizing their latest technology into the schools, it is mandatory to safeguard the kids' own identity, and it shouldn't go through any kind of third-party application. When you make sure that your application do have that kind of strong base, definitely from the other end, from the educational institution's perspective, they completely respect that. And deal flow happens very, very quickly. So I think it's the time when I look at Indian startups, to think of situations where what can go wrong first, and then understand if our CAC is really high, then how we can optimize it. It is not about only technology. Technology can act as an enabler. It's not a big challenge. I've been using AI for last 25 plus years, Python probably more than 16 years. I've been doing that coding. And when we look at the real industry implication at the moment, you can see that it's happening in media entertainment, it is happening in oil and gas. All these industries right now are running their own program to support the local ecosystem, and that is fascinating. And I'm really happy that that is happening. But the challenge that is there in front of us, if we look at 2025, 2026, is how to convert the idea of yours into a real execution business, and how to make money when you are executing. And when you are trying to raise capital, you need to understand, even though if you raise capital, the investors are looking for at least a return. If you are granted, don't feel that you are getting some kind of free money. That is some taxpayers' money, which you have got. So you need to respect that somebody probably paid tax, and that's the sole reason you're getting it in terms of grant. So with this note, probably I'll give food for thought for all the startups who are trying to grow, and then think that if they really want to do execution or just want to be in the valuation game. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Now, let's gain insights into the application of Sustainable Development Goals to the entrepreneurship education. For this, I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Bhayat, adjunct professor at Fort Hare, Lusaka, Uganda, South Africa, to share his expertise on this crucial subject.
Prof is on there, so he should be joining us. I think he's muted. Just give him a minute.
Sure, we can do that.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome from South Africa, and I assume it's already afternoon there as well. I'm trying to share my screen, but it says there somebody else is still sharing.
We'll get that sorted.
Thank you. Yeah, my topic is really looking at the application of sustainable development goals in relation to entrepreneurship education. And if one looks at it, entrepreneurship education is one of the fastest growing disciplines globally as well. Let me go back. Sorry, it's not the correct one. Unshare. Just trying to load the correct one. My apologies for that. My presentation outline would really cover a number of different areas. It's really about understanding sustainable development goals. The issues are relating to entrepreneurship education, linking the SDGs and entrepreneurship education, incorporating SDGs into entrepreneurship education, and some challenges and solutions, conclusions. This is just a bit of a thought process on behalf of myself as well, in terms of some of the issues and aspects as well, because there's just so much that you can talk about entrepreneurship. But let's look at the background. When one looks at the background in terms of it, then entrepreneurship plays a very pivotal role in shaping future entrepreneurs and fostering sustainable development. And this is by integrating the principles of the SDGs into entrepreneurship education, we can create a generation of socially conscious and environmentally responsible business leaders. When one looks at the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, and these were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are integrated in terms of various actions in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And if one looks at this, you can actually see what's happening at the global level in terms of Agenda 21, COPE, etc. Right? Entrepreneurship education seeks to provide students with the knowledge, skills, and motivation to encourage entrepreneurial success in a variety of settings. The variations of entrepreneurship education are offered at all levels of schooling, from primary or secondary schools through graduate university programs. It focuses on the development of skills or attributes that enable the realization of opportunity. The 17 goals were established by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. Sometimes one could say that that is pretty wishful thinking if one just looks at what's happening in various parts of the world at the moment. Be it in Europe, be it in the Middle East, be it in Africa, etc. These goals, with the 169 targets, form the core of the 2030 agenda. They balance the economic, social, and ecological dimensions of sustainable development. SDGs are interconnected, meaning that action towards one goal will benefit other goals as well. They address global challenges, including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, justice, security, etc. They are pivotal in addressing urgent environmental, political, and economic challenges facing our world. They offer the most practical and effective pathway to tackle the causes of violent conflict, human rights abuses, climate change, and environmental degradation. They aim to ensure that no one will be left behind. They are particularly important because they recognize that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. They also prioritize countries that are furthest behind the goals and that are meant to be a global partnership of all countries and a holistic approach to achieving sustainable development. In conclusion, if one wants to look at it, SDGs really serve as a roadmap for nations to create a better and more sustainable future for all. They emphasize the need for global cooperation, collective action to address the world's most pressing challenges. When one looks at the Sustainable Development Goals, then you can see the interlinkages that are taking place, be it around partnerships for the goals or zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, decent work and economic growth, climate change action, etc. So where does entrepreneurship really fit into all this? Right? Entrepreneurship education refers to the process of imparting knowledge, skills, and attitudes related to entrepreneurship and business. It goes beyond traditional business education by emphasizing real-world experiences, hands-on learning, and the development of an entrepreneurial mindset. Here you look at the informal traders, the informal sector, the informal economy. These are all stepping stones towards a broader business mindset and acumen as well. Entrepreneurship education plays this crucial role in preparing students and potential entrepreneurs for the challenges and opportunities of the modern world. It fosters entrepreneurial thinking and action, equipping individuals with the knowledge, skills, and mindset necessary to succeed as entrepreneurs. The benefits are manifold. These are for creating innovation, developing critical thinking and problem-solving skills, cultivating financial literacy and business acumen, instilling resilience and adaptability. You don't even need to be literate to be able to run a business, and that's proof in terms of the informal economy in many ways as well. So when one looks at the present state, and you're talking about moving towards the sustainable state and the framework of SDGs in terms of its 17 goals, then really education is one of the means and aspects of actually moving from the present to your broader vision. and the more educated people are with regards to this sector, not just this sector, but any sector really, the more opportunities could arise as again, provided that there is legislation and policies within the country that makes it conducive as well for people to thrive in. So when one looks at the current state of entrepreneurship education, then is on the rise across the world. It's, for instance, within my own country, South Africa, most higher education institutions of learning are on the verge of embedding it into their curriculum as one of the graduate attributes. If one looks at the entrepreneurship now, it's actually also formed a separate qualification in many institutions. And when I look at going back to university, it was just a module, and now it's actually become a formalized qualification as well. In the US, states are now required to offer entrepreneurship education in their career and technical education pathways. The education of future entrepreneurs shapes how we will live in the future. Entrepreneurship educators and researchers constantly renew tools, interventions, training programs for entrepreneurship education, and adapting to the specific needs of entrepreneurs and developments in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. To this end, entrepreneurship education is of utmost importance in today's world. It does not only equip individuals with the necessary skills to succeed as entrepreneurs, but also plays a crucial and critical role in stimulating economies and fulfilling self-employment dreams. Entrepreneurship education plays this role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is seen as a key driver for sustainable development and economic prosperity. The United Nations and the European Union stress that the development of entrepreneurial and innovative education is part of solving global challenges. Entrepreneurship education can be a catalyst for enterprising ideas that advance the condition of SDGs in local communities. Entrepreneurship significantly influences the achievement of SDGs in its three pillars: economic prosperity, social equity, and environmental protection. Entrepreneurship contributes to building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Social entrepreneurs are tackling some of the world's greatest threats, and by working more collaboratively, are shifting the entire landscape of the social change sector. Incorporating sustainable development goals into entrepreneurship education involves cultivating students to think about problems that can be solved through enterprises. It's about looking at how can we create startups, how can we be innovative, what is it that we can produce from a sustainability point of view, how can we look at alternative ways of making a living. The 17 UN SDGs serve as catalysts for enterprising ideas. This approach helps students and individuals attain a better understanding of the sustainability problems that require entrepreneurial solutions. Strategies for integrating SDGs into the entrepreneurship curriculum, map existing curriculum, identify where SDGs are already being addressed in the current curriculum, build capacity and ownership, foster a sense of responsibility among educators and students for achieving sustainable development goals. Identify priorities and opportunities, determine which SDGs are most relevant to the curriculum and where there are opportunities for further integration. Integrate and implement SDGs into the curriculum through new courses, modules, disciplines. Maintain, evaluate, and communicate. Regularly assess the effectiveness of SDG integration and communicate progress to stakeholders. Benefits of SDG-focused entrepreneurship education: poverty alleviation, which is goal 1. Entrepreneurship promotes the creation of business, leading to employment creation and poverty reduction. Economic development. Entrepreneurship fosters economic development and reduces unemployment. Infrastructure and innovation, entrepreneurial ventures often lead to the enhancement of infrastructure and innovation. Social equality and inclusion, goals 5 and 10, entrepreneurship can promote social equity and inclusion. Sustainable production and consumption, entrepreneurs with a focus on sustainability can contribute to sustainable production and consumption patterns. To this end, integrating SDGs into entrepreneurship education not only equips students with the skills to address global challenges, but also offers numerous benefits in terms of economic development, social equality, and environmental sustainability. Challenges in applying SDGs to entrepreneurship education is curriculum development. The development of a curriculum that effectively integrates SDGs can be challenging because of different opinions, etc. And what is it that should be looked at? There may be a lack of inexperienced educators. There may be a lack of educators who are experienced in teaching entrepreneurship with a focus on SDGs. Your methodology that is used to teach entrepreneurship education may focus more on theory than practice. That's the case in many academic institutions. And one of the things that should be looked at is perhaps market days and giving projects to students, having a sales project where it's selling, creating different innovative ways around startups as well, getting them to do project proposals, etc., and actually giving fruition to it in terms of assisting them with funding. Limited access youth-led initiatives often face challenges such as limited access to funding, mentorship, and networks. Interdisciplinarity, sustainable development, including SDGs, requires this interdisciplinarity, which can be challenging to incorporate into entrepreneurship education. Propose solutions to overcome these challenges. It's develop new narratives, emphasize the position of entrepreneurship education as a solution powerhouse for achieving the sustainable development goals, but at the same time as a vehicle to create new businesses and to create new economic opportunities, implement smart industrial policies, foster local value addition, develop regional value chains, and promote resource-driven industrialization. Educational technology, use educational technology to mitigate challenges in fragile environments. Participatory decision-making, involve all stakeholders in decision-making processes to ensure the successful implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal agenda. Mobilize local governments, private sector, civil society, and even governments, leverage the strength and innovation of these entities to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and agendas. To this end, while they are challenging in applying SDGs to entrepreneurship education, these can be overcome with strategic planning, collaboration, and effective use of resources. But also at the same time, get people who's become successful entrepreneurs to become part of the process, sit on advisory boards, advisory committees at academic institutions, provide the input in terms of what needs to be done and what one needs to look at, and also give the success stories in terms of how an idea has come to fruition, what it took. And of course, it takes hard work as well in anything. In conclusion, the presentation has really emphasized the critical role of entrepreneurship education in advancing the SDGs agenda and fostering sustainable development. By integrating SDGs into entrepreneurial learning, we can nurture a new generation of entrepreneurs who are not only profit-driven, but also socially and environmentally conscious. Despite the challenges encountered in this process, strategic planning, collaboration among stakeholders, and efficient resource utilization can pave the way for successful implementation. Ultimately, by embracing the principles of the Sustainable Development Goals in entrepreneurship education, we can contribute to building a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all. Thank you. And I trust that some of my ideas and my paper would resonate with some members of the audience. And thank you for allowing me this platform to share some of my thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Brilliant.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful remarks on such a crucial subject. Ladies and gentlemen, after this insightful first plenary session, we will now take a brief break. We will reconvene shortly after and continue our enriching discussions at 12:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Chairman, am I audible? Okay. There's a break there. Managed. Yes, yes, managed. Still, so far so good. Yes.
Hi, Dimitri, how are you?
Hi, hello, nice to see you.
Thank you for joining. We're just waiting for everybody to join the next session.
Yes, sure. Great honor for me. Charmaine, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
We will have 30 minutes, right? I will have presentation by around
Yes.
15 minutes and then Q&A session, right?
Okay, that's fine. Yes, you can. You can. Yes, you've got 20 to 30 minutes. Yes, we've allocated that. We ran a bit early this morning because everybody seemed to be in a hurry to finish this morning, so we had a longer break. But yes, no, absolutely.
Okay, great.
So Halima, so you can do a Q&A after Dimitri's finished. If anybody
Okay.
was got any questions, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. And then I think we decided we'll do the lamp for now because we didn't do it earlier on. So I hope Raki's checked it. Awesome.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Wow. Shall we start?
Yes.
Halima, all yours.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving forward, our second plenary session will delve into sustainable entrepreneurship and driving entrepreneurial endeavors. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this session, Professor Dmitry Borovikov, co-founder and CEO of Igor Ryabikov School of Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology.
Hello, everybody. Great honor for me being here today with you. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I would like to show you some presentation about Moscow innovation ecosystem and about one very interesting for me idea for global cooperation. Let me show you presentation. Do you see presentation? Okay. So a little bit about myself. Like just introduced me. I got 15 years experience in different sphere of education, innovation, also social and international project. And now I am co-founder and CEO the special entrepreneurial faculty, the name of Igor Rybakov. It's a Russian billionaire, self-made, who have a family foundation and invest all over the world in different projects in sphere of community and education. And we have special faculty on Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. It's a best Russian university, like 10 Nobel Prize winner from this university. So this is about this all about me, and now I want to show you more about Moscow innovation system. Delving deeper into our inspiration, let us explore Moscow's innovation ecosystem, a vibrant nexus where education, science, and industry converge to create unprecedented opportunities. In 2021, Moscow was celebrated as the city with the highest quality of life among the 16 largest cities in the world. The prestigious recognition by the Boston Consulting Group. This achievement is not just a testament to the city's livability, but to its dynamic and forward-thinking governance. The accolades did not stop there. In 2022, UN Habitat Research placed Moscow at the pinnacle once again for its quality of life and the level of urban infrastructure development. This highlights Moscow's unparalleled commitment to creative and environment where people and innovation flourish. But perhaps most telling of our vision's potential in 2023, Moscow emerged as the leader among 200 global megacities in the Global Cities Innovation Index rating. This recognition of Moscow innovation attractiveness underscores the city's role as a crucible for transformation and a model for the world. This ecosystem is supported by more than 1,000 educational and scientific institutions, backed by robust investment and businesses' competencies. It is complemented by a rich infrastructure of over 1,700 technology parks, incubators, and federal development institutes, making Moscow a global leader in innovative attractiveness. This success story is underpinned by a collaborative framework that brings together startups, big businesses, and investors, creating an symbiotic environment where innovation thrives. Moscow's model illustrates that profound impact of fostering a supportive ecosystem for education and innovation. It is this model that we aspire to replicate on a global scale, making innovation and education accessible and effective worldwide. The Federal Development Institutes exemplify how structured support and investment and in innovation can catalyze profound change in society. They offer a blueprint for creating an environment where education and innovation can thrive together, interconnected. And actually, in Moscow, we have so many different organizations to support young entrepreneurs, different ideas, women entrepreneurship. And actually, I can tell you much more later if you will have any question. And now I want to show you a big idea. And this idea comes and crafted not just by us, my partner, but by global consortium of experts passionate about change, aim to empower future leaders through innovative education. Because entrepreneurship, in my point of view, it's a very important moment. So what we see in today's rapidly evolving world where technological revolutions meet social and natural shifts, we need a new breed of leaders has never been more critical. We are at a juncture where only future-ready leaders, individuals of new caliber, can navigate through the turbulence, foster new economic standards, and address global challenges. And we really see that the world needs a different type of leaders. So, who are they, leaders of the future? It's not regular students. It's a real super high potential students with special meta-object view, with understanding of multicultural communications, of course, with creative thinking, with emotional intelligence, and of course, with entrepreneurial mindset. And entrepreneurial mindset, not only for business, also for science, for culture, for NGO sector, even for politics. And only these types of leaders can solve global challenges. And we see the world as a multi-platform for cooperation. Our vision extends beyond individual achievement to envision the world as a multi-platform for cooperation, grounded in principles that prioritize human well-being, respect for diversity, and the value of reputation. We think that different countries can collaborate like real equal partners with real respect to different cultural, religions, and political difference and tradition. And it's very important where we put human life in the center, quality of human life. And entrepreneurship, it's the way how we can make it. So I can show you a little bit more. We see the real main role of university in this process of changing the world. From one side, we see confederation of top universities and business school, people and organization. And another side, it's a decentralized network of different programs. And also innovation cluster, because innovation comes together with education. And this approach is fundamental to creative, sustainable solution for global challenges. And this is just example how the education of future can look like. In our international bachelor's and master network program, we are tearing down the traditional boundaries of education. Imagine a program where students live and learn across 2 or 4 countries per year, one program. For example, 1 year in India, 1 year in Africa, 1 year in UAE, 1 year in Russia. And after that, students will have a special understanding of different cultural types of thinking and types of doing different things, also business. And it's not a typical education. There are no narrow subjects here. Instead, we offer a broad interdisciplinary curriculum that equips students with the skills they need for leadership, business, and entrepreneurship in global context. And it's an education that prepares them not just for the jobs of tomorrow, but for creating the future itself. The foundation of this educational approach is a challenge-based leadership model inspired by Apple Incorporated, which engage highly potential students in addressing real-world problems presented by corporations. This creates a multicultural platform for solution development, connecting challenges with students ready to tackle them. And actually, there are 4 different formats of participation in this project. Maybe somebody will be interested. And our project thrives on diverse participation, offering roles for experts, partners, participants, and donors. Each role is integral to the project's success, where contributing expertise, resources, challenges, or financial support. This inclusive model ensures a rich, multifaceted approach to education and innovation, inviting everyone who shares our core values to contribute to shaping the future. And a little bit more about different values and different ideas why you may interested. For example, if you're expert and you want to be promotion as a global expert and public figure, and maybe somebody have the desire to influence the whole world and self-realization, global networking, and so on. Or maybe I see so many colleagues from different universities, and maybe it's somehow we can make collaboration between different organizations, and participant and donor who want to invest in who share the values and want to invest in this project. And we have a special focus, regional focus. We focus on nurturing the next generation of global leaders with a special emphasis in BRICS countries, MENA region, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. This region represents not only the future of economic growth, but also a reservoir of untapped potential for leadership and innovation. And actually, there are 3 steps in 2024. Now, international initiative groups are already working. It's amount 15 different experts all over the world. And after that, we will have collaboration and discussion. And in the end of this year, we will have the whole project, and then we present the project to the public, fundraise some money, and prepare to launch the first programs next year. And I'm really happy to tell you a little bit more about Moscow innovation ecosystem and about this idea. And if somebody will interested, you can check the QR code and leave some information, and then me or maybe somebody from this initiative group will contact you, and then we can discuss how we can collaborate. Actually, I said that I will finish in 15 minutes, and I finished, and now I will be happy to have some questions and give you the answers. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's open the floor for a Q&A session. Please feel free to ask any questions that you may have.
If I may go first, Professor, I'm Professor Patra from Jaipuria Institute of Management, Noida, and we are very proud to co-host this with Dr. Shaman Gangan from South Africa. Very, very interesting pieces we got to see and know about Moscow. I was particularly impressed by some of the earlier points that you made about Moscow being one of the most best places to live in, and the urban infrastructure and all those. My question is, for a ecosystem to thrive on startups and entrepreneurial spirit, which you talked about in science and culture and all aspects, and not just in business, what kind of support are you able to provide to young entrepreneurs in educational institutions, since you're working with several of those entities? How do you go about creating an environment where they are encouraged to think towards entrepreneurship as a career choice? This is something that we really struggle out here in India, is because maybe culturally we're all trained, or we train our kids to always think of pursuing a job in the corporate world, or and there are a whole lot of people who want to work in the government sector, but everybody's going for a job. And I think one thing that we do struggle with a lot is to encourage them to move away and think independently and be courageous to take up entrepreneurship. How do you do that? Do you face that as a challenge, and what is the kind of support you're able to provide to the young ones?
Thank you very much for that question. What we see, of course, entrepreneurship, it's not for everybody. Some people can go to the job and it's okay, but actually everybody wants people with entrepreneurial mindset, even in government, even in politics, everywhere. And what we have different programs where entrepreneurs with skills, with some experience, tell youngers different stories about that success and difficulties and about everything. Then we have special grants and programs with funding. Starts from $10,000 to 100,000 for start. And this money comes from government and it's very good, but it's also young students will have some papers after they get money, and they should make some information and send it to send back to government. And then we have special programs which make together real challenges from corporates, because sometimes young people have not really good ideas and they will need some time get experience it, but all ideas and problems already exist in corporation sphere, and we make together students and ideas and problems from corporates and another type of program. Actually, we also have some community of business angels, and it's also help us to help young entrepreneurs. And of course, the example of success is very important. And yes. Actually, we have a joke that there are two wrong information about entrepreneurship. One side that entrepreneurship is very difficult, another side that entrepreneurship is very easy. And it comes together same time.
Yeah. So that's nice. Yeah, that's very interesting. So you get some of the entrepreneurs to come and share their stories to encourage people. That's very important. And of course, the government funding obviously always helps. Very glad to know that somehow my little exposure tells me I've been an entrepreneur twice over myself. But my exposure to the younger lot now in progressively tells me that somehow in our ecosystem in India, I could say, the youngsters have been enamored with stories of great profits and becoming unicorns, and so that was a wave. It's perhaps a little behind us now, but now there have been a whole lot of others who have not seen those money which they were very enamored with. And now the second round is going around saying that it is very difficult and it's tough. So we're sort of trying to pull back out of that and trying to see how we can encourage more and more people to take to entrepreneurship, its benefits. At the same time, trying to create more positive stories so that the next generation and the next are equally excited about it and not think that this is something that we don't want to risk. It could also be something cultural. I don't know. I'm just thinking off my mind that whether we have a nation of risk takers or a nation of risk averse people. I mean, I'm sure there's someone would write a research paper on that, but I'm just talking from empirical observation, how it has swung from one extreme to the other, because it's very difficult to convince even parents who send their kids to our institute to tell them that, why don't you let your child try entrepreneurship for a while? He's got a brilliant idea. So it's not the dearth of ideas we're seeing. We're seeing the dearth of courage to, put a career behind those ideas. And I think some of the good ideas are getting lost over there. But yeah, I'll let the next delegate ask their question. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there isn't anyone else, so Dimitri, so I want to touch on what Prof. Patra said as well. So for the African continent, it's been very difficult. Entrepreneurship has been sleeping for a long time. I mean, we have struggled for many years to get entrepreneurship going here. And I think it's just the last year or two where it's kind of like getting alive very slowly, the wheels turning. But like you said earlier on, like there are some countries that are so politicized. Politics like takes over everything and literally kills everything. So from our perspective, so like I'll just take me for example. Like Prof. Patra, I've also started my own business, fell flat on my face, up again, flat on my face. So there's up and down continuously, but we just you persevere. And what's actually happened in South Africa? So because of our politics and our racial issues that we have here, so there's not much of inclusivity in South Africa. Certain race groups are marginalized and certain actually are not. And I think that actually has such a huge impact on entrepreneurship education, because even our students that are at university, they don't even understand entrepreneurship. We don't even have proper educators to teach entrepreneurship. People think that teaching entrepreneurship is like teaching maths and finance. Absolutely not. You must actually know your story. You must know the theoretical side of it, and you must also know the practical application. And that's actually not happening. So we ourselves here in South Africa, we are very far behind. And like I have been trying to get into the ecosystem in training also here. It's just not happening. It's like a door that's shut. That is why I'm saying it's about inclusiveness, which is actually not happening. It's not open to everybody. I actually have more success in all the other countries overseas. I mean, I'm operating in almost every institute in India. I'm like flying. I'm literally flying in India with entrepreneurship education. The collaboration is so fantastic because they are so open and they want that change. They want that inclusiveness. And it's really going well. And like even in the US, Mint spoke earlier on about U-Noodle and what's actually happening in the US. It was so easy for me to actually get into the US and actually do entrepreneurship training, evaluation, student ventures. But I really, really struggle here in South Africa. And I must be very honest. I think for us on the African continent, like you said, the mindset needs to change. And if the mindsets at the top does not change, then we will forever be struggling with entrepreneurship. I mean, I am so passionate about it. I say it on almost every platform that I get. We've got the highest unemployment in South Africa, highest in the world. We're such a tiny little country. Gosh, I think South Africa is a little bigger than Kerala in India. It's like tiny. And but our unemployment is like so high. Our youth is like 80% unemployed. But we are just, our government and things are so politicized that we are not doing enough to actually get that actually going. Our youth, they finish, they graduate, and there's no jobs for them. So to get them to actually learn about entrepreneurship is also very challenging for them, because we don't have enough educators, we don't have the funding, which is like a huge issue for entrepreneurs. So like all of these challenges are like very difficult to actually get it going. But I'm actually very glad that I know you and I are going to partner differently, and we're going to try to do something. But I always say also, you know, your mindset, you know, if you really can't make it happen here, you just go and try somewhere else. So I'm moving now to Moscow to try my next venture. So yes, so thank you so much for that. And Prof. Patra, yes, we must have a lot about more collaborations here. So thank you so much.
Sure, absolutely. By all means, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So much, sir. Your illuminating words about sustainable entrepreneurship have left a lasting impression on us. Thank you for sharing your expertise and enriching our symposium with your invaluable ideas. Continuing our exploration of sustainable entrepreneurship, we are privileged to have Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay, Professor at the Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, India, to enlighten us on this vital topic. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope I am audible and visible. Yeah.
Yes.
So great.
Very clear.
So I think this is the third time, the third Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium, and it's a pleasure to speak amongst the global audience. You know, who are actually doing a lot of things as regards entrepreneurship. But then today's session, as I was writing to Professor Jaipatra, sir, that you know, I'll be actually sharing with you a model in which you know, I have very recently submitted a research paper on in Springer Nature, right? And this is the model which I have named it as the CAGES model, CAGES, CAGES model, right? So I'll just, if you allow me, I don't know if I have access. Yeah. So I'll just share my screen. I hope it's visible.
Not yet. It's on its way. Yeah, there it is. Yep. Wow.
Yeah. So basically, you know, what happens, as we all know, especially in India and you know, Asian subcontinent, what happens is that you know, the students who are, especially students of business as well as students of technology, right? They actually, during their course, they actually think of different ventures. So different startup ideas are there, and this they form campus companies, and you know, these companies are also registered, right? They have legality and a business, and they are mentored. There are different organizations, startup organizations, which actually mentor, like National Entrepreneurship Network is, you know, one which works in the different campuses. But what happens is that what I've seen over time is that the concern is that out of so many startup ventures, hardly any one of them do actually carry on with their venture and move sustainably. So the prime reason is that the students are actually entrepreneurial in nature, but then they don't see any future or cannot take the risk of having their own company and sustaining their own company. So hence, I tried to formulate a model by which these campus companies can be sustained. So we have seen that many of the startup companies, these campus companies, which are actually born in the campus, are actually very successful. Like say, for example, Practo is one example of a campus company, right? Then there are other companies like Dosamatic, for example. It's a campus company. So there are many other companies which have actually started in the campus and they have actually sustained. But the numbers are very few and far. If you talk about the unicorns, right, so to say, you will find very few campus companies over there. Now, what happens to all these companies which actually have done well as a campus company while the students were in campus? So what happens is that the dilemma over here is that do you work for yourself or do you work for someone? Now, when you are seeing that when you work for someone, you have stability, you have a security, and you have a high-paying job offer in hand. So naturally, why will you take the risk? And herein comes, the complacency and the fear of carrying the venture forward. And that is the reason why the sustenance is not there. So basically, we have seen that many of these campus companies, they have actually, sustained well during the tenure, maybe 6 months, 8 months, or 10 months. They have actually made up for the losses, broken even, and also, they have actually made up for their self-funding, and they have arranged investment. So the business breaks even with self-funding and angel investment during the tenure. Many of the campuses, they also provide seed funds to these startup companies. But as I said, the problem is that whether you join a campus drive and get the offer, and fortunately or unfortunately, it is seen that the students who actually do this successful startup ventures, they are the ones who get placed first. There is a reason behind it, that they have burned their hands into marketing, into HR, into operations, and they understand the markets in whatever businesses that they are doing. So they are the ones who are proactive in nature, and they have actually been able to drive, whatever small their venture is. So what do we do? How do we go forward? So what you do is that these startup companies need to be actually exposed to the incubators and accelerators. So the solution lies that can we actually explore a compensation which may be somewhat commensurate to the founders. So the thing is that, say for example, they are getting a package of say 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs, whatever it is, right? So can we actually give them some sort of salary for their organization, and in the process can we incubate and accelerate them? I'll give you one example. I represent Institute of Engineering and Management in Kolkata. So there are lots of startups which has come up from this institute, and it's a very old and very branded institute. So one of the successful startups which has just 2 days back received a funding of 3 crores, right? The name of the startup is Drivers for Me, and the founders, there are 2 founders, one of which is our student by the name of Rajarshi Nag. So what does Drivers for Me do? So what is their business model? Their business model is that you have a car, you want to go maybe outdoor, intercity or something like that. So you don't want to drive, or you want to keep a driver along with you, right? So they will be providing drivers. So very simple business model that they have, right? And they have been successful enough. And now it is not Kolkata and West Bengal, but they are also present in several cities in India. So why I'm taking this example is that they got a seed funding of 5 lakhs from IEM Trust, and they actually got mentoring and support from our incubation center, and that helped them to accelerate their business. So the thing is that if we can actually catalyze and help these startups to accelerate their business, if we can provide the mentoring support even after they are on the verge of completion of their program, then what happens is that if we can nurture, motivate them, and tell that, well, we will take care of your salary and your way forward post your program, but you should actually focus on this venture because this has a lot of opportunity, right? So if from the different stakeholders, we get incubator support and that can accelerate and arrange for some sort of a funding, maybe from some VC funding or government funding or institutional funding, then what happens is that the venture actually sustains, right? So if we can take care of these ventures, then these ventures can actually grow, and they can exploit their GTM, their go-to-market strategy, and can actually commercialize for growth. Now, once they are actually doing good and their products are commercialized, then what happens is that if they have sufficient surplus, then they can also be thinking of providing seed funding to the campus companies. So what happens as a result is that the campus companies which are still there, they're juniors, so to say, they also get some support from this established startups which actually started as a campus company in the college. So this helps build up a sustainable ecosystem in the campus through more and more campus companies formation, because already the established startups from the college itself, companies like Drivers for Me from IEM and many other companies from across different campuses, if they can help provide seed funding and provide support to the campus companies, then it will be a vibrant ecosystem which can actually sustain the companies, sustain the startups, and build up on the ecosystem. Now, having said that, we all know that all the students will not go into formation of startups, right? But then we should always encourage that all the students, if not all, at least most of the students, should actually start up some company, right? What helps them is that they learn to do things on their own, because most of the students, even I've seen postgraduate students, they rely a lot on even simple information, right? Like, say for example, just as I was starting this session, one girl student came to me and said, sir, I have an interview in this company, so how do you think should I prepare? So I told two things. First of all, go through their website and see the interview questions. So today, every interview questions of different companies are there. So go through those questions. If you have difficulty in answering a particular question, I'll help you. So why I'm telling this, it's not about entrepreneurship, but then it is about the attitude, it's about the mentality, it's about building up to think and be on yourself, being independent. So that's important. Many of the students do think that, well, I will be passing out from this college, I have started my venture, now let me work for 5 years and then I will start my venture, Now that never happens, right? They keep on thinking and keep on working for someone. Dhirubhai Ambani at one point of time, he said that if you have a business idea and if you are not working to sustain it and develop it and make it big, then there will be someone who will be working on that particular idea and make the business a success. Unfortunately, that has happened with me. So I am a live example. I have had many business ideas which I wanted to actually do with my students, but then that failed, right? And that's why I am a teacher, I am a mentor, and people say that those who can, they do, and those who can't, they teach, right? So I have been teaching, right? So now I am mentoring quite a number of startups and helping them stand up and sustain. But then the entrepreneurial ecosystem is far more better now in India, in the Indian perspective, right? With a lot of support from the government as well as the non-government organizations. So the ecosystem is there. The only thing is that we need to motivate the students, we need to catalyze, and we need to support so that these ventures actually some of the ventures which has a lot of potential, so that they can succeed. And if we can do so, then we will have the most vibrant ecosystem, and that will take us to be at least the world's third largest economy very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your discussion on sustainable entrepreneurship was right on point. We learned so much about the actionable strategies for India. To conclude our second plenary session, now let's gain insights into driving entrepreneurship at educational institutions. Please welcome Professor Shanta Indrajit Hikaduwa Lianid, attorney and law fellow at Botho University, Botswana.
Good morning. Here we are in the morning, and good afternoon in India. And may I share the screen? I share the screen. Okay, it is there. Can you see my screen? Yes, it is there. Okay, may I start?
Yes.
Okay, so then I will start here. Okay, right. Then, right. So then I'm going to talk about driving entrepreneurship. Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry for that little delay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. So then, right. Okay, then I'm going to talk about some experiences at our university. That is about driving entrepreneurship at Botho University. It is an internship for entrepreneurship students. So normally the word internship we are using for giving an internship for employment, but here I'm talking about an internship for entrepreneurship students. I'm Shanta Indrajit from Botho University, Botswana. So then, right. Okay. Now we have to understand the root causes of youth. That means youth entrepreneurship challenges. Now we know that in every country, even in Botswana or in Africa or wherever, there are two mechanisms for promoting youth entrepreneurship. Now, what are they then? We are very familiar with that. We have an entrepreneurship education at high educational institutes, and that in that country there's an institutional framework, financial and non-financial institutional framework. But still, we know that our students do not start businesses. I think recent survey I saw that in Botswana, it is less than 3% like that. Even though they start 3%, that they cannot survive. The survival problem also there. Then that means that these two mechanisms have been unable to promote significantly youth entrepreneurship. That is my argument. Because these two mechanisms cannot address some inherent challenges of the youth entrepreneurs. So then I have listed some challenges. What are they? That investors, lenders, and customers mistrust youth entrepreneurs. They mistrust. Lenders do not give money. Investors do not collaborate with these the students. Customers also do not rely on the product. So then, and the youth entrepreneurs are not financially included in the absence of seed capital. It is another problem. They are in their early 20s, so then they lack real managerial and leadership skills in entrepreneurship. They poorly manage risk associated with their entrepreneurship, and they lack of decisions making experience. These are the challenges which cannot be addressed by those two mechanisms. That education system cannot develop some trust system, so that even the institutional framework also they try their best that we have, they cannot address these problems. Therefore, what I want to say that here I want to graphically present the idea. Here you can see that bottom part of this graph, that entrepreneurship education there, and the institutional support system there. But our students fall into the gap. So we want to bridge the gap. How to bridge the gap? Therefore, then I propose internship for youth entrepreneurship. So that internship can mentor students and build seed capital. Now, students and research, that what is the internship? Internship for entrepreneurship. What I say that internship for entrepreneurship, I started just defining. Students and recent graduates from diverse academic backgrounds are given an opportunity to gain hands-on experience in a real-life project, such as hydroponic vertical farming project we started at both the university. That will be able to address these 5 challenges, but not in short term. It will take little time, some time. So then that in this internship framework or program, that normally I think that there are 4 phases. We have now completed 2 phases, which can be done simultaneously. The students were given some experiences in a greenhouse for vertical farming. During that period, then they prepared a business plan. Then these 2. After that, they have to apply or they have to find an investor, or they have to borrow money, and they have to start their own business, and we have to monitor their performance at least 2 seasons. At least they run the farm 2 seasons. That season is normally that hydroponic farming. 1 season is that maximum 3 months. Normally 2 months. Then I led a team and wrote a project proposal for hydroponic vertical farming unit for students, and received a micro grant, $3,000 from Ashishi University in Ghana. Then in the proposal, I suggested that we want to start a hydroponic vertical farming project, and the product would be sold at a profit. And the profit would be shared for 3 purposes: developing the seed capital, expansion of the project, and the further entrepreneurship education. Then a project gives students experience in a real-life business. They experience from seed germination, then they receive that from the beginning to end. Seed germination, nurturing of plants, harvesting, marketing, and writing a business plan. That is the first 2 phases. Then this is the greenhouse built. This is a very small one, like a 10 feet, 10 by 10 bedroom. This is 3.5 meters, like that. Height is also 3.5. So then this is the greenhouse, even though it is in white, because this netting is white netting is very much appropriate for according to that means our climate. So then now we can see inside. This is inside. We can see that this is an automated vertical farming system we bought. We can see that we bought the 2 systems. That one system has 144 cups. So there are 3 towers and that 288 plants, but really within, because of we had a shortage of fund, because of that we bought this one. Normally each one you can see that one tower, that these 3 towers, this system we bought it for normally $500 from South Africa. Therefore these 2 $1,000. So then now that we train the students for germination and that they germinated, these are then after a couple of days, this is after normally 5 to 7 days they started this germination. So then we had to train the staff also, that everyone likes very much, and they learned. So then this is that students involved in making nutrients, because this is soilless, no soil. We don't use soil, we use only nutrients and water. The hydroponic farming is that hydro water, ponic is culture. So then, so therefore then we don't use soil at all. We use only nutrients. We make nutrients using only 2 types of chemical, hydrofluor and calcium nitrate. The very minimum that this is very not a rocket science, very simple thing. These are the seedlings after. This is after 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, normally we can see that. Thereafter, we have to transplant them into these net cups. So then we can see that this is after 5 weeks. This is finished after 6 weeks. 5 to 6 weeks. Then we can see that this is lettuce after that is 7 weeks, like that. I will play a small video, 1.5 minutes. You can see it here. Just to take. What? Yes. So can you watch the video? I played a video. Did you?
We didn't hear the video, Prof. We didn't hear the sound.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Then he will. If you want to find that one, you can find it. Oh. This is the one. Down. Okay. Here, did you hear?
Yes, sir.
Did you
We
hear?
can now hear. We can now
Okay,
hear.
right. Okay.
You can play it, Prof. Can you play the video now?
Yes. Okay. Now then, after that, we saw that video is a summary from the beginning to end of from the germination to seed germination to harvesting. So the second part of this training is to prepare a business plan. That a student prepared a business plan. So then in that business plan, they had a team. That in that team, then they identified the business problem. This is urban farming. They have to understand this is a problem in their villages near the town, that they have to visit, that there are supermarkets and lodges, and they are the potential customers. Then they identified it was a problem for them. They wanted some fresh vegetables. They fresh vegetable regularly. They want the fresh vegetable regularly, and that they complain about the domestic and traditional farmers are not producing enough to meet for their customers. So then this is the results of that their research. This is only one of the groups and customer persona. Then this is the solution, and that then in that solution they explain about what were the gains, what were the pains, what are now painkillers and gain creators, and that they prepare the lean canvas. That is we are using the Vatsani Foundation and teaching them lean canvas model and not the traditional business plan. Then competition, they have analyzed the competitors. We can see that small scale farmers, they analyze traditional farmers, domestic gardens, and evergreen hydroponics means then their business, and then identified so many things that in the unique, what is their unique value proposition? Why are they different from others? Then thereafter, they have to start with that minimum viable product. Even though they show that so many herbs and vegetables here, they will try on. They will first offer only 2 products, that is spinach and lettuce, or sometimes pepper. Then now that this is something interesting about that this is the business plan, that a financial statement they have prepared. What I want to say that this type of project is very possible at every university, because that at our university how it happened, that they gave the land and they gave a lot of supports. They gave us water. They didn't charge for water, electricity with very little electricity. We had to spend only for that. This is the working capital only for hydroflow and calcium nitrate and seedlings. Seedlings normally one plant, one pula like that, maybe 1.5 rands, or then 6 Indian rupees, something like that, 6 or 7. So then this is the working capital, but only that what is the initial cost is that greenhouse. But here that little this costly, that this one greenhouse, it won't be this much if you do it at your university. Here that this happened something. We couldn't control the cost. Hydroponic unit, I showed that two units, that is 14,000. 14,000, and tools here we want a pH meter, and only the pH meter we need. That is, we bought it here for 4,000 pula, but here I got it from India for 500 Indian rupees. So then this may be more reliable, but that also we can use. When you look at the price difference, is maybe for less than 5% of this cost. So then we can see that here payback period is that, because that variable cost is very low, and that no fixed cost also, no salary, no rent. Therefore, then what will happen? Payback period is 1 year. What we spend this money can be recovered within 1 year. And that here that we can see that that the student use it here. Lettuce, the selling price is 10 to 12. Cauliflower, then that one unit we can sell it for 25. Market price is 30. If it means 25, normally it takes 90 days. So therefore, then this is very possible and practical also. Then students, when they are doing that, they learn that means we can address those challenges to a certain extent. So then now that they did some marketing and all these things, what I want to say that this is an innovation model based on quintuple helix innovation model. So then I prefer to that this one than that destructive innovation of Schumpeter. At universities we can use the destructive innovation of Schumpeter's 1940. But Professor Elias Karianis introduced this one, quintuple helix innovation model. Now we are near there. Now that here we can see that there are 5 helices. One is that education system is the university that we collaborate. University can collaborate with the private sector. We have some potential buyers now that we started collaboration that they welcome us. And the political system, government also can support. The government agree to give some technical support and many things government can support. And the next one is the next is that what is called that civil society, that really that a big NGO that now they already started preparing their memo with us. They want to start this one. And the natural environment is that this is that it's what is called that sustainable business idea. So this is really what is called that climate, not mitigation, climate adaptation. This is very important in Botswana and African countries because we are vulnerable in sustainability. Even that in Botswana, that we are facing so many challenges. Sometimes that according to Paris Agreement, by the end of this century, that Limpopo River also will evaporate by 40%. The maize yield also will go down. That we are already a water-stretched country. Therefore, then this is we are with little water, without soil, we can work on this project. So then, thank you very much.
Sir, your enlightening discourse on driving entrepreneurship at Bothwell University has left us inspired and informed. Thank you for contributing to the depth of knowledge at our symposium. Now, continuing further, let's extend a warm welcome to our speaker, Ms. Nerissa Padayachi from South Africa. She is going to speak about taking care of your mental health. She is a clinical psychologist and life coach. Ms. Nerissa's expertise spans continents, and her experience in entrepreneurship and education has left an incredible mark globally. With her extensive background in business academia and healthcare, Nerissa's insights into taking care of mental health are invaluable. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Nerissa Padayachi.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Now you can hear me. Thanks very much for that. And I'm just trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that welcome. And I always, whenever Charmaine invites me, I think, oh my goodness, where do I fit into this bigger scheme of things? And I listen to what you're all contributing, and I am blown away by the wonderful inputs and things that people are achieving across the world. So it's always a privilege and a great honor for me to be invited and to be included in this. So I got myself thinking, okay, so where does mental health fit in? And once again, it comes right back down to, well, your business, the core business wouldn't be the business if it were not for you. So it comes right back to you. And I want to start with a story that I'm sure is very common to all of you. It's like when you're sitting on an aeroplane, and you know when the flight attendants, and they're looking very smart in their uniforms, and they stand in the front and they say, well, in the event of an emergency, please follow the exit to your left. Please follow the exit to your right. And if there is a loss in cabin pressure, then the oxygen masks will drop down. And please put on your oxygen mask before helping others. You've heard it many times when traveling, I'm sure. But it's not just a story, it's a reality, because we cannot make the kind of differences like Prof has just been sharing now about this wonderful, wonderful venture. You cannot be educating others or practicing in your own businesses if you aren't also caring for yourself. So I want to say that firstly, we need to actually understand self-love. And I've included quite a lot of links which you can go through in your own time. I'm sure these can be made available to you because I'm limited for time now. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will choose one to go through with you, because what I actually want to do is do some practical skills with you so that you leave with something. But I found that listening to Roshni Chopra on self-love in the times of social media was particularly beneficial, because we are actually all very, I'm sure you can see me on the side, we're very, very wrapped up in our technology, in our phones. I see it when in a class with students, they are listening to you, but they're glued to their phones. We do it in our homes with our children sometimes. We're chatting to them and we're answering them, but we're on our phones all the time. Sometimes we standing in the queue. Sometimes people are still getting into trouble for driving and being on their phones and all of that. So I found that this was quite a useful video to go through. And then also the one of how to love yourself in the right way. Okay. Some of you might have come across an author. I like to think of her as an activist, really, Brené Brown, and she's done wonderful, wonderful work in terms of healing and compassion and forgiveness and self-forgiveness. And one of the things she talks about is the gift of imperfection, of letting go of who you think you're supposed to be and embracing who you are. And this is something that's very, very common, you know, from our birth already. Our parents have plans and goals and dreams for us. And sometimes that gets married along the way with our own dreams and hopes and goals, and sometimes it doesn't. I find that this links very well with the work of Kamal Ravikant, who talks about loving yourself like your life depends on it. And actually, life does depend on it, because basically the mindset we have is the mindset that will translate to the businesses that you run. So ultimately, the root of today's presentation is loving ourselves. So I want to pause for a moment and just let us listen to this video. I hope that it works.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams.
Okay, where is the sound? Can you hear the video at all?
Ma'am, we did hear the audio, but not the video.
Oh gosh. Let's see now. Still not?
No.
Let me ask you a question.
Now we can hear.
Are you where you want to be in your life right now? Do you know what you want? Do you have a clear picture of where it is that you're going? Most people don't know the answers to these questions, so they cobble together a life and career plan based on what others are doing, on what they think they should be doing. This is known as shoulding all over yourself. As a career and executive coach, I have spent the last 10 years helping hundreds of people, from Fortune 500 top executives to young spirits fresh out of college. They all want to know, what is the next best step for me? How do I begin to build my legacy? How do I leverage my strengths and my desires to create impact in the world? But the problem is, no one gives us a roadmap for this. Nobody says, here's how to lead an authentic life. It's up to you. So we end up lost, confused, scared. But I believe there is an internal navigation system that is always speaking to us. First, it starts with a whisper. Then it turns into a shout. And then if we're still not listening, it smacks us over the head with a 2x4. Have any of you had this happen? I know it happened to me. I was 25 years old. I was living in New York City. I was working for Gap Corporate, deciding what the women of America were going to wear the next season. I was paid well. I lived on the Upper West Side, and I truly loved everyone I worked with. But this is when life began whispering to me. It started with this subtle unease, so subtle I almost didn't notice it. Things were fine, they were good, but they weren't great. So I ignored this subtle unease, and I replaced it by distracting myself. New York City is a great place to be distracted. I went out almost every night, I shopped almost every day, but lo and behold, it didn't work. That subtle unease turned into a palpable discomfort. And for me, that showed up in the form of a knot in my right shoulder that was constant. Or I'd have anxiety attacks that were so paralyzing, I'd curl up on my couch for hours. Or on Sunday nights, I'd get a case of the Sunday blues. Life was shouting at me that I was not where I was supposed to be. But alas, I didn't listen. And then on September 11th, 2001, I woke up a little groggy because I went out the night before for Monday Night Football. But I got on the subway, the 19 subway, the same subway that takes you straight to the World Trade Center. When I got off that subway that day, I arrived at the corner of 18th and 6th Avenue. And I saw groups of people gathered together, all pointing downtown with a look of shock, horror, and fear on their faces. As I arrived at that corner, I looked down and I saw the Twin Towers were in flames. I stumbled into my office building, and fighter jets were roaring over my head. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced in my life. I called my parents in California, and I spoke to my dad, who's 50 years my senior and always seems to know the answer to everything. And I said, Dad, is it safer for me to stay inside the building or to go outside? To which he responded, sweetheart, I don't know. See, up until that moment, I have been dutifully putting one foot in front of the other, doing what those who walked before me and those who walked beside me had been doing. But on that 50-block walk home back to my apartment, I realized my next steps must be taken with purpose, because I realized everything can change in an instant. Nothing is guaranteed. And since that day, I have been on a journey of ups and downs and valleys and cliffs, but to carve out my own path that is unique to me, and I have been helping others to do the same. Now, this path is not always easy. It can be lonely because no one else is doing what you're doing. It could be confusing because there is no roadmap. But I can tell you it is the most fulfilling path that is filled with the greatest gifts, because each step is taken with purpose, uniquely suited for you. So the question is, how? How do you do this? We all want to do it, but how? I believe there are 3 crucial steps to carving out your own path and beginning to build your legacy. First, you must create the time and space for reflection. Have you ever noticed that at every stoplight or every moment you have downtime, what happens? Grab the phone, flip through social media, sit down at your desk, turn on the computer, or turn on the TV. We can't hear that voice that's speaking to us. So I encourage you, go for a long walk. Go to a coffee shop, bring a journal and a pen, and write a letter to yourself from you 2.0, the next version of you. What advice would they give you? Next, number 2, replace how with I wonder how. You see, when you're thinking about how you're going to achieve your dream, your brain scans all the experiences that you've had, and it turns up with 0 search results. Because guess what? You've never done it before. But when you say, I wonder how, your brain says, oh, we're just playing. We're just going to imagine. Oh, okay, that's fine. I wonder. And it gets really creative. And your inner critic starts to quiet down. Number 3, take small steps. You have no idea what's going to happen next year, 2 years, 5 years, or tomorrow. So take just that next step, whether that means signing up for a newsletter, signing up for a class, telling somebody what your dream is. Take the small steps. And when you begin this journey, I ask you to remember the wise words of the poet Robert Frost. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Thank you.
Okay. So there are obviously some other videos, but I found that the one word she mentioned there, reflection, is really critical to self-care. And if we're not going to remind ourselves of needing to do that, it's not actually something that comes automatically to us. Even, from the way most of our education systems are based, it's all outcomes driven. It's not often where you're encouraged to, reflect on how did that make you feel. Certainly in our training in the psychology field, and especially students that I supervise and teach, I make them reflect on, how did working with that particular client make you feel? Or how did that response of the person make you feel? But by and large, especially in the business industry, we're not tuned to think about reflecting. And you might have come across John Maxwell, who's written wonderful, wonderful books on leadership and personal development. And something that he has written that has really stood out for me has been that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that's very, very powerful. So there's some other books here. The one you might be more familiar with is The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma. And why I put this here is because, I'm not only a clinical psychologist, but a life coach as well. And what I often impress upon people is that there are 3 aspects to who we are. So if you can imagine them almost as 3 circles that are overlapping, there's us, the body. We are these physical bodies, okay? There's us, the brains, the mind. So there's the mind and the body. There's the soul as well, or spirit, whatever you prefer to call it, okay? And so we need to be, when we're thinking of self-care, thinking about all 3 of these aspects and how to manage them. And you'll find that obviously taking care of some of them come easier to us than others. Some people might find, I need to sign up at the gym, or I go jogging, I go dancing, I do rock climbing, or whatever. But when it comes to matters of the soul, or the spirit, we can be neglectful. Some people are very religious and have religious practices, but are they engaging with the depth of their soul? there is a difference. Is it a tick box that you're doing, or is there a level of depth to this? And of course, the mind, we also know, and science tells us that if we're not growing the mind all the time, that can lead to the earlier onset of dementia and these things as well. So I want to move to some practical strategies right now. I'm not going to go through the videos. This is an excellent book to read on boundaries. I'm still reading it myself, I must tell you, so I'm no expert on it, but I've been finding it very helpful. What I want to do is to link us, because of time, into some practical things. So things like yoga you would know about. We've spoken about exercise. We've spoken about spiritual practices. But I want to invite you right now just to do a little breathing exercise with me. It's not going to take long at all. So just sit back comfortably in your chairs and close your eyes if you feel comfortable to do so. And we're going to try something called diaphragmatic breathing. It is an excellent tool for relaxing. So I want you to imagine blowing a balloon. When you blow up a balloon, it expands, right? As the air goes in. So what you're going to do is when you're breathing in, I want you to expand your stomach. You're going to stick it really out. No one's watching you. You're behind the screen, so you're safe, okay? Me as well. You're going to expand your stomach and imagine blowing it out as big as you can. And then when you're going to breathe out, you're going to contract it, pushing your spine, as it were, into the back of your chair as far as you can go. Really, really contracting. So the in breath will be pushing your stomach out, and the out breath will be contracting. So let's just try that for a count of 3, and then we'll repeat it for a count of 4. So breathe in, filling your lungs, blowing your tummy out. 1, 2, 3. Hold. And breathe out slowly. 2, 3. Spine to the back of the chair. And extend it just by 1 now. Breathing in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And breathing out. 3, 2, 1. So if we had longer, I would do that a few more times. It's a practice I often do with clients when I need to teach them relaxation techniques. There are various other forms of breathing that you can do. If you Google it, Google is all of our best friends, you know. There's something called the box breathing technique. You can Google that as well. And there are lots of other practices like mindfulness. There's systematic muscle relaxation. There is something called the emotional freedom technique, and it involves tapping. You might come across that. And it's as simple as if you hold your hand up and you just tap on the side. And you would say something like, in spite of the fact that I'm feeling very stressed, I'm okay, and it will be okay. In spite of the fact that this is how I'm feeling, it will be okay. It will pass. So there's tapping. There's trauma release exercises. There's another very interesting practice called havening. And havening, if you haven't heard about it, think about the word. Haven is a shelter, right? So it's like providing a little shelter for safety, allowing your body to feel safe. This can be very useful if you're working with students and maybe feeling very anxious. And they can do it discreetly. Do these skills discreetly without someone knowing, oh, they're having an anxiety attack or something. Some people just prefer to hold the sides of their face. You could hold your face as I'm doing. It could be their hair, rubbing the hair back, holding the hair. It could be just rubbing the sides of your arms, rubbing them down. almost as if you're feeling cold. And that's why I say you could do it discreetly, because someone could see you doing this and just think, oh, she's shivering, she's getting a bit cold. But actually, it's havening. That is a practice of havening. Okay. And there are many other things. I want to talk in particular quickly about the vagus nerve. It's the longest nerve in your body, and it connects the brain to many important organs throughout the body, including the gut, which is our intestines and stomach, and the heart and lungs. So the vagus nerve is also a very key part of the parasympathetic rest and digest system. So that is also something that you can research a little bit more on. Well, how can you stimulate the vagus nerve? You may not know this, but when we gargle, the next time you're in the bathroom and you gargle, there's muscles in the back of your throat that actually get activated, and that stimulate the vagus nerve. A simple thing like taking cold water and splashing your face from the bottom up with cold water actually stimulates the vagus nerve. And of course, there are other exercises. So why am I telling you all these things and trying to tell you as much in a short space of time as I can? Because these would be little things that you can incorporate into your daily life activities to practice self-care. And the rest you'll see there on the slides, but ultimately wanting to lead you to building your resilience and your well-being, because your professional success depends on your personal success. The two are interrelated. They cannot be separated. I'm sure you don't go to work and say, oh, well, today I'll leave my body and my soul at home. I'll just take my brain. Okay, we're a package deal. And so we need to be treating ourselves, respecting ourselves, loving ourselves, caring for ourselves holistically. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your invaluable insights on the importance of self-care, mental health education, and well-being with expertise and empathy. Your contributions have left a lasting impact on our symposium. Now, after these enlightening sessions, it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will reconvene shortly at 2:30 p.m. for more engaging discussions
Halima?
and insights.
Halima,
Yes,
can you
ma'am?
hear me?
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
So I just wanted to just come in here for a minute while Nerissa is actually on. And yeah, so the reason why I brought her on is that, you know, we are so busy in education, teaching, we are so busy with our studies. Entrepreneurs are so busy making money, running to the ends of the earth to do things, get profits, that we take very little time for ourselves. And knowing Nerissa on a very personal level and how we run around and try to juggle life and things around, a million things at one time, it is so important for us to actually sit back, relax, take time out for ourselves, as well as do reflection. I love the fact that she spoke about reflection, because it's not only with our personal lives that we do reflection. Often entrepreneurs as well, when they're facing challenges, they need to sit back, relax, take, you know, cognition of what's going on, reflect on what am I doing right, what am I doing wrong, and actually work on a plan going forward. So that's actually very important for us. And so thank you so much for that, Nerissa. I just love having you, because I could actually give you an entire day. And this is actually part of the flip side of the symposium, because this is the side that we don't talk about, we don't think about, but it's driving us crazy at the end of the day, because we've got to do so much when it comes to either being a boss who's working, whether you're a student or in faculty. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, after these enlightening sessions, it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will reconvene shortly at 2:30 p.m. for more engaging discussions and insights. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers and attendees for their valuable contribution to the third Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium. Let's continue to ignite innovation, foster entrepreneurship, and work towards a brighter, sustainable future. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Hi, Shami. How are you? Good afternoon.
Hi, Jyoti. How are you?
I'm doing good. Finally, we met.
Finally. The power of the online platform and the virtual world, eh?
Right, right.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure is mine. Pleasure is mine.
So we're just waiting. So we still have a few minutes before we start.
Definitely, no worries at all.
Okay, awesome.
So when are you planning to visit India?
Well, the plan is July or sometime after July because
Oh,
yeah, I was hoping for an in-person symposium. So
right. That would be great.
so then I thought if I do an in-person, then perhaps I can also do a few more institutes while I'm there. So
Right.
yeah, so I will probably know probably by the end of May. Yeah,
Okay.
and then I will let all my contacts know.
Right, right. I can invite you to my college also, right? In person if you're
Also,
planning. You can plan.
you are in Bangalore. Where are you?
Oh my. Today I'm in Bangalore for a conclave.
Oh yes, you did say so.
Today
Yes,
I'm
yes,
in
yes.
Bangalore. Otherwise, I'm
Okay.
based out of Mumbai, Bombay.
Okay, awesome. Okay, no, yeah. So I think it's two institutes in Mumbai, and there's Delhi, Noida. Where
Okay.
else? Yeah, Bangalore. RIMS in Bangalore.
Okay.
Ramya Institute of Management. Yeah.
Right, right.
So a lot of them have invited me. So, but you know how
Great.
it is. There's like every time there's like, I mean, at short notice, there's so many other things to do. So,
Right.
yeah. Well, I hope they're not recording this. Are they recording?
I hope not. No, they have not started yet.
Oh, and then they must snip it out of the
Yeah.
video clips. Yeah.
But you're doing amazing work. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It can be challenging at times. It can be challenging.
I understand.
But it's awesome that the network of speakers that I have. It's quite awesome that whenever I call, like everyone's ready. Like, okay,
Yeah.
can I? Right.
Yeah, I saw the list of the speakers is amazing. You know, from the whole world, you have connected people
If they connect, yeah.
on one
I think
platform.
that's what I love about it. Just being able to connect with people, and I think the wonderful thing is that when it comes to entrepreneurship, it's not like all the other disciplines.
Right.
Entrepreneurship is so different because not everybody can do it. People think they can do it, but not everyone can actually do it. And yeah, and when it comes to us, we kind of like we just gel, I think, because we know about the challenges and stuff, with entrepreneurs. So I think we tend to be a different kettle of fish compared to the rest of the academic world and the other disciplines. Yeah.
Right. So in my college, we've recently come up with an incubation center, the 6-month batch.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm handling that incubation center. So the responsibility has also come on me.
Fantastic. Okay. So you're also doing the WF program, the NEN program. Are you doing the NEN program as well?
The Wadhwani Foundation you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, we already associated with Wadhwani Foundation. And like, because I'm in Bangalore, tomorrow maybe I'm going to the head office and meet them.
Oh, fantastic. That's what I want to do. Oh, lovely.
Since 5 years, sorry?
Where are they? What side of Bangalore are they? They are in, where?
I really don't know the location. Right now, I am in B&M Institute of Technology. So they have got, today there's an IPR, Intellectual Property Rights Conclave is going on for 2 days.
Oh, fantastic.
Today and tomorrow. So I joined as a keynote speaker. So just finished with that session and came running for this session.
Okay, awesome. That's actually absolutely awesome. Great. Yeah, no, we just carry on. We just carry on doing our. Oh, there we go. Yes, look. I'm just trying to find my third speaker. Where is he?
Let me know when I need to start. I'm ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers. It is my pleasure to welcome you back to Catalyst Symposium 2024. Before we delve into the second half of our day's proceedings, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the earlier host, Hadima Sadia Khan, for her amazing hosting and facilitation for the morning sessions. My name is Namrata Kumari, and I'm thrilled to be your host for the afternoon session. We have had an incredible, insightful first half of the day, and I'm thrilled to continue this journey of learning and inspiration with all of you. As we transition into our plenary session 3, we are honored to have with us esteemed speaker who will enlighten us on various aspects of sustainable entrepreneurship. Let's extend a warm welcome to our global speaker from India, Dr. Jyoti Chandwani, who will be sharing insights on applying sustainable development goals to entrepreneurship. With a wealth of experience as a professor and nodal officer at Habitat Foundation Incubation VES Trust, and a background including a PhD in management from Sardar Vallabhbhai Institute of Technology and an alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. Dr. Chandwani brings a unique blend of expertise to our discussion. We are eager to learn from her expertise and discover how SDGs can shape and enhance entrepreneurial endeavors. Let's give a round of applause for Jyoti Chandwani.
Thank you so much. The brief introduction. I would like to share my screen. My screen visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, it is.
A very warm good afternoon to each and everyone. From India, I, Dr. Jyoti Chandwani, feels proud and privileged to be part at the third Global Entrepreneurship Symposium. I want to extend my gratitude to Dr. Charmin Gangin, Dr. Joy Patra, and Dr. Rakhi Jaipuria for giving me this an opportunity. Moving on to my topic today, applying SDGs to entrepreneurship. Let's quickly move to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which was adopted by all United Nations members in 2015, which provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet and in the future. At its heart, it has got 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developing in a global partnership. They have recognized that ending poverty and other deprivation must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur the economic growth. Also, while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. So, the agenda was to talking about the 5 P's. So, we can say about the 5 P's can be about the people. We are determined to end poverty and hunger. We are determined to protect the planet from degradation. We are determined to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives in harmony with nature. We are determined to have a society which is free from violence. We are also determined to involve partnership from all countries, developed or developing countries, and all the stakeholders and all the people. So these are the 5 P on which the 17 Sustainable Development Goals hold a crucial importance. Thus, we can form the life which would be improved and the world would be a better place to live in. Let's quickly move to these 17 goals one by one. So the first goal is talking about no poverty. In a surprising study by the UN, it was found that by 2030, if the current trends continue, if we don't take care of the poverty part. So if the current trend continues, by 2030, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty, which is a very scary figure. 1/3 of countries will have half the nation poverty level. So it remains uncovered by the social protection. In response to the cost of living crisis, 105 countries have announced almost 350 social protection measures in the past. So this is about The first SDG goal, no poverty. Moving on to the second goal is to end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Zero hunger goal at risk. More than 600 million people worldwide are projected to face hunger in 2030 if the current trend continues and we are not serious about food security and improved nourishment. High food prices continue to plague many nations. 1 in 3 people worldwide struggle with moderate to severe food insecurity. Moving on to our third goal, that is good health and well-being. After food, definitely health plays a major role. Notable strides have been made towards improving global health outcomes. Out-of-pocket payment for health pushed or further pursued, 381 million people are into extreme poverty. A woman dies every 2 minutes due to pregnancy and childbirth. Malaria cases have also surged worldwide. 26 million children missed out important routine immunization in 2021, 6 million more than in 2019. Moving on to the next goal, that is goal number 4, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The world is falling far behind achieving quality education. 84 million children and youth will be out of school. 300 million students will lack basic numerical skills. Only 1 in 6 countries will achieve universal secondary school completion target. So the low and lower middle income countries face a nearly $100 billion annual financing gap to reach the education targets. And we all are into education field. So these numbers, we need to take it on a very serious note. Moving on to goal number 5, talking about gender equality. The world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. We say women empowerment. In the morning also just now, I finished a session where we spoke about women empowerment. But the reality is that at the current rate, it will take 300 years to end child marriage, 286 years to close gaps in legal protection and remove discrimination laws, 140 years to achieve equal presentation and leadership in the workplace. Moving on to goal number 6, which talks about clean water and sanitation, safe drinking water, sanitation and hygiene, still out of reaches for billions in 2022. 2.2 billion people lack safely managed drinking water. 3.5 billion people lack safely managed sanitation. An equal number of people lack basic hand washing facilities. Goal number 7, which talks about access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. 675 million people still live in the dark. It's really surprising where we just waste electricity without giving a thought to that. 4 in 5 of them are in sub-Sahara African countries. If current trend continues, 1 in 4 people will still be using unsafe and inefficient cooking system by 2030. Moving on to goal number 8, that talks about decent work and economic growth. Global economic recovery continues on a very slow pace. 2 billion workers are in informal job without any social protection. Global unemployment is expected to fall below pre-pandemic level. We all are aware that pandemic had brought us different issues in our life. Talking about the innovation, we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about innovation, we talk about industry and infrastructure. The global manufacturing growth slowed from 7.5 to 3.3 from in 21 to 22. Most of the countries are likely to miss their 2030 target of doubling manufacturers' share of GDP. Energy-related CO2 carbon emissions reached 36.8 billion metric tons in 2022, a record high. When we talk about goal number 10, which talks about reduce inequality within and among the countries. COVID-19 has triggered the largest increase in between country inequality in 3 decades. Change of between country inequality from minus 0.8, it has gone to 4.4. tragic loss of nearly 7,000 lives along the migration routes in 2022. And we can add about the number of wars and the migration ratios in 2023. Moving on to goal number 11, which talks about sustainable cities and communities. 1.1 billion urban residents are living in slums. 2 billion more expected to reach in the next 30 years. Air pollution is no longer an exclusive urban problem. Towns have equally experienced poor air quality than cities in Eastern and Southern Eastern Asia. 3 in 4 cities have less than 20% of the areas dedicated to public spaces and streets. Talking about goal number, the SDG goal 12, it talks about sustainable consumption and production patterns. High-income countries have larger environmental footprints. When we talk about footprints, it's a material footprint is a consumption-based indicator of the resources used. It is defined as a global allocation of use of raw material extraction to the final demand of an economy. We can't forget about the climatical changes, which is in goal number 13. The Earth's tipping point, standing at the brink of climate calamity. When we talk about climate, we can't go away from life below water. To preserve the blue, protect the earth. That's the urgent action need to be safeguarded. The planet's largest ecosystem, ocean emergency. Goal number 15 talks about life on land. A fundamental shift in humanity's relationship with nature is essential. Deforestation we are cutting down forests, we are building up a cemented forest. And this is resulting in this species extinction. Moving on to the second last goal, which talks about goal number 16 about peace, justice, and strong institution. The steep rise in conflict-related civilian deaths, with an over 50% surge in 2022 fueled by the war in Ukraine and other wars, can't be forgotten. Moving on to the last goal, the goal 17, which talks about the partnership for the goals. It is not possible for one individual country to take care of the planet. So it's the individual responsibility of each country to partner among themselves and to help in developing or sustaining the planet. So many developing countries are facing a debt crisis. 37 out of 69 of the world's poorest countries were in debt distress or at a higher risk of it. Now, after going through all these scary facts and figures, let's see what companies are doing. There are definitely companies are more sensitive. There are entrepreneurs, there are startups which are more sensitive towards the SDG goals, and they started working towards it. So let's talk about goal number 1, which talks about no poverty. So the Open Bank project by Teso is a Berlin-based company which talks about the Open Bank project. It's an open source API platform that connects bank with active communities of developers and partners for innovation. For 1.7 billion people worldwide are excluded from the benefits provided by the access to the bank account. So the Open Bank project believes that money is the essence of a social fiction that can and needs to be rewritten to include everyone and address poverty worldwide. So the Open Bank project by Tesman is working towards the SDG goal number 1, that is no poverty. Talking about goal number 2, which talks about zero hunger, Event Meat is the first cultivated fish company in Asia with operation in Singapore and Hong Kong. Thanks to the technology which uses state-of-the-art cultivation processes that are sustainable and scalable, they are able to create fish meat without killing fish. With their product, they want to show it is possible to serve people sustainable meat and protein without slaughtering the poor animals. Talking about goal number 3, good health and well-being, we can definitely talk about the company, the project Select, which is a Swiss East African social impact business company which are empowering people living in low to middle income countries to enjoy the freedom of mobility through prosthetic technology. So they are recycling the prosthetic legs from the recycled plastic and has developed into an endeavor with amount of potential for social and ecological impact. Moving on to the solution for quality education, that is the SDG goal 4, New Tech Kids and Preparation Tech. New Tech Kids is a technology education academy in Amsterdam dedicated to igniting the problem-solving capability and innovation spirit of the child. Their programs teach primary school children computational thinking and the fundamental concepts which power technology, programming, and information in the digital age. Gadgets, applications, software, and hardware change continuously the core concept. We as academicians can also add into this SDG goal, that is quality education. And I think by such forum, we have started an initiative. Moving on to goal number 5, gender equality. It's EDA Sports and equal playing field. EDA Sports is an enterprise which makes football boots for women. They exist to prioritize high performance and comfortable footwear for athletes who have traditionally been an afterthought. They believe you should have a greater choice and access to the best equipment when you step on the field. They strive to empower women and girls to play the sports they love without equipment holding them back. Moving on to clean water and sanitation, Magic Water. The UN estimates that 1.8 billion people will experience water scarcity by 2025. Since 2017, Magic Waters have deployed projects in Kenya, South Africa, and India, providing sustainable water solutions for Fortune 500 corporations and pairing with community impact projects by deploying 20,000 liters of drinking water per month to drought-stricken regions. Moving on to affordable and clean energy, Goal 7, we can definitely think about Sona Motors. It's a community-supported enterprise that makes solar-powered electric vehicles accessible to everyone. They believe in mobility free from fossil fuel, and it is their immersion to accelerate the transition towards sustainable mobility by making every vehicle solar. Today, I'm in the city of Bangalore, which is an IT firm, and yesterday night I did see electric vehicles, and I was really happy and surprised to see the way transformation is happening and the way realization is happening towards the SDG goals. Moving on to goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. We can talk about True Price and Impact Institute. When we buy goods, often natural and social costs are involved. For example, natural costs are air pollution or waterways, and social costs can include low wage or unsafe work environment for workers. This demand is a price for people and nature, which is not included in the price you pay at the store. At True Price, they are working on a mission of making it possible for you to see and voluntarily pay the true price of the product by applying tested methodology for impact measurement and valuation to calculate the external cost throughout the supply chain. Amazing idea. Moving on to goal number 9, which talks about industry, innovation and infrastructure. The Bridge for Billionaires, the online incubator, has supported over 2,700 entrepreneurs from 99 countries and offers a development program based on 3 pillars: learning by doing methodology, one-to-one guidance from mentors, and a global community of purpose-driven enterprise. Coming from country of India, where we talk about Make in India concept, I feel very happy to share that the ministry has made it compulsory for all the management school to have their MHRD IICC communication with them and to create a infrastructure, an ecosystem for entrepreneurship and an innovation and creativity. Moving on to goal number 10, which talks about to reduce inequality. Quara is a digital banking platform for savings and credit corporations in Kenya. By digitalizing this communities bank, they're showing how technology can be leveraged for communities who are excluded from traditional banks. Talking about goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Makes sense has been creating tools and programs for collective mobilization to enable citizens, entrepreneurs, and organizations to take action and build an inclusive, sustainable society. They've always had a deeply held conviction that every person is capable and worthy if given the time to learn or making informed decisions for the common good. Moving on to goal number 12, which talks about responsible consumption and production. Excess material exchange is a digital marketplace that use the AI and blockchain to give waste a second life, offering companies practical solutions for the circular economy by exchanging any excess material and products. They are determined to accelerate the global transition to a circular economy and play a part in creating a more viable planet. Talking about goal number 13, which talks about climate action, Too Good To Go. It is a global company that aims to inspire and empower everyone to take action and build a movement against food waste. Through a simple app, Too Good To Go connects stores to consumers who pay a small price and come to the store to pick up food that would otherwise have been thrown away. They dream of a planet with no food waste. Moving on to goal number 14, life below water. Eco and Create is a company which is creating environmental sensitive solutions designed to develop rich and diverse marine life and counter the negative effects of using concrete in coastal areas. By changing the composition, texture and designs of the concrete they produce, the team has created products that can be used by ports, waterfronts, breakwaters, and piers to reduce their ecological footprint and their resilience while fostering and preserving biodiversity. Moving on to the goal number 15, which talks about life on land. We spoke about life below water, now life on land. Dutch Afseal is a Dutch business that is embracing death as a part of life. Death is one of the most scariest things, and they are embracing it as a part of life, looking at the healing beauty of reclaiming our own rites of passage and offering a different perspective and alternative to the conservative and money-making funeral industry. They believe a funeral reflects a love for life. From a ceremony in your own garden to a funeral in the woods, there can be more options than most people would know. Moving on the second last goal, that is goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, Earth Blank, which is a green digital banking and investment platform which is aligning individual wealth with planetary health and offers climate finance at scale. They strive to be world's most accurate and precise carbon platform where you can purchase fully audited carbon credits or choose to invest in carbon removal. Their investment include blue carbon, sea grass meadows, marine conservation, agroforest, renewable, social capital projects, and the list goes on, which also prevents deforestation. Talking about some other initiatives is the Radical Open Security and the Post-Growth Entrepreneurship. Radical Open Security is a non-profit computer security consultancy with an idealistic bunch of security researchers, networking, and forensic experts that are passionate about making the world a better place to live in. They believe in transparency and openness, and their goal is to secure the society that allows us to run a company in the first place. Moving on to the post-growth entrepreneurship, reframes business as a form of activism, art, spirituality, and creative expression. This business model embraces flat growth curves and rejects the need for investors, scaling, and exit. It questions the entrepreneurial common wisdom and reinvites business as a vehicle for pure positive impact. Now, we saw about the SDG goals. We saw about the companies who are taking initiativeness. Now, let us try to understand how SDG process is about. So, it's a three-stage process where you develop priority using the SDG targets. The target was given by the UN in 2015. So, the target is for 2030. So, you need to understand the target And then accordingly, you can prioritize the target and you can define the target related to your organization. Once you have defined it, you can develop, measure, and try to analyze. So based on your business objectives, and you have to select the appropriate disclosures, collect, analyze data. Once that the data is collected, you can report, integrate, and implement the change, considering the features of good practice, when to report, use the data, and accordingly implement the change. Coming from India, how can I miss out what India is doing towards the achievement of the SDG goals? The Indian government is already using SDG goals as a roadmap for formulating national policies and regulation. It is incumbent from the cooperation to completion these actions. A practical guide, UN Global Compact, have given a result where they had compared what was the standard of SDG goals and where India is standing. To their surprise, all the top 25 companies map their business goals with the SDG goals. The leading sectors are IT and telecom. There's 75% and more companies have mapped their goals with SDG goals and other industries. On an average, companies map 12 SDG goals with a low of 2 and a maximum of 17. Of the companies that map their goals, 88% were in the private sector and 68% were in the manufacturing sector. The SDG goal number 3, good health and well-being, which goal number 4, 5, 8, goal number 13, and goal number 6 occupy the top position with over 85% of the companies reporting them. On the other hand, SDG goal number 14, which is about life below water, was mapped by the least number of companies. This is significantly in line with the constitutional finding based on the CSR spending that companies tend to invest more in education, healthcare, and environment in the CSR program rather than life below water. The prominent SDGs were SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 13, which talks about climate action, with over 55% of the companies indicating it as an action item. Other important ones were no poverty, clean water sanitation, peace, justice, strong institution, and quality education. Companies are also focusing on SDG 4, 5, 6, 3, and 8. So finally, I would like to conclude by saying we can divide the all 17 SDG goals. Talking about the biosphere, we can talk about the goal number 14, 15, 6, and 13. Talking about the society, we can talk about goal number 1, 11, 17, 1, 11, 16, and 7, 3, 4, 5, and 2. And talking about the economy, we can talk about goal number 8, 9, 10, and 12. And finally, which all would lead to goal number 17. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Chandwani, for sharing your valuable insights with us and guiding us toward a more sustainable, impactful future in entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you so much.
Now, let's move forward with our speaker, Mr. Shajulin Bennett. From India, with a rich background in academia and research, Dr. Shajulin insights into technological readiness levels and the importance of mentoring for starters promise to be both informative and thought-provoking. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Shajulin Bennett.
Yeah. It's audible to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. shall I start the presentation or? Shall I start the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me share the PPT, 1 minute. So I hope it's visible to you.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I thank the organizers as well as of course the backbone pillar of this program, Dr. Charmaine from South Africa, for spending a lot of time to nourish the startup ecosystem. Let me quickly jump into the topic of the topic basically technology readiness levels. In fact, we all know that startups are moving further, taking a lot of steps to inculcate their knowledge, put forward with innovative steps, and earn money out of their novelty. And of course, they wanted to provide kind of impact to the society. So in fact, we wanted to understand, are they really ready? So in this perspective, I would be delivering this particular talk on technology readiness levels, and I will be focusing on how this mentoring and how the mentoring for such startups will be very, very useful, right? So we all know, like, startups are basically developing some new ideas. Need not be extremely new idea, but it should be some sort of newly established company, and they have to focus on either product development or like kind of services. So there are different types of startups. Basically, we can see like even e-commerce startups are there, social startups are there, healthcare startups are there, service startups are there, and they all follow different stages, right from the ideation, then validation, product launch, expansion or scaling, and then to be claimed as well established startups. So how the technology readiness level will play a major role for such startups, right? So in fact, technology readiness level is going to provide a structured roadmap, right? It provides a clear-cut yardstick in which the startups will get more clarity, right? To start now, stop now, right? Or improve something that wanted to reach the market at a higher level. So basically, the startups will gain clarity on the necessary steps to advance from initial ideas to really a full-scale implementation level. So this question always arises among all startups. Are they ready? Right? Are they ready? Are they really having the technology that has to be immediately launched? And are they in a position to choose the number of employees? Are they ready to now increase or expand the resources what are needed for their business? So all these pinpoints to the necessity of technology readiness, right? So let's have a very clear foundation for this technology readiness levels, especially for tech startups. This is very, very essential one, which we typically practice here at Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kottayam. So here this is basically a measure, as I told, which was initially started with started by NASA, basically in 1970s to launch spacecraft. But the same procedure is nowadays applied by majority of the funding agencies, right? They wanted to assess, to really provide $10, $10 million or $100 million. It is also used by investors to really assess the startups and evaluate and say, yeah, now you are in a very early stage, so this technology could not be as affordable for them to invest, and maybe this could be the budget. So let us try to understand what these technology readiness level mean. So basically, this technology readiness level is a yardstick, right? So it is classified or categorized in three stages, right? Knowledge, technology development, and deployment. So knowledge level is basically very, very preliminary level, and then the development stage comes, and then the real business happen. So each stage, right, this is like first stage, second stage, and the third stage. So each stage they have typically three stages, and they are termed as TRL 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until 9. Let's see what this TRL 1 mean. So 1 to 3 are just knowledge development. So you want to learn something, you want to gain some new insight on the technology. So some buzzword is there, and someone is proposing some buzzword, and that's going to become like now we have to start something, let's try. So it's basically an initial stage of technology development. It could be some new IoT technology which just started, right? It pops up in the minds of researchers. So many PhD scholars do something which might not reach to the level of business, but they are in the first level where they propose some new ideas, new algorithms, new concepts, new theory, and then it could be like reported in some papers, maybe in a conference, maybe in some forum, but can anyone use the technology and make the business is really a big question mark, right? It's a big question mark. So technology readiness 1 is the risk will be very high, whereas the cost involved in such level is almost nil, right? Because researchers are coming out with some ideas, right? That's nothing crucial that they want to invest. But when you go to technology level 2, when someone presents some ideas, then many of the listeners will look into the technology. They will then find how this technology could be utilized in their field, how it can be incorporated in their domain. Can they apply the same technology to their field? So this becomes like a thought process, and every level of people or researcher will keep on applying this technology, provide some applications, develop something in their own field and see whether this is really working, and it becomes like multiple research papers and so on. So for example, IoT, it is applied in agri, it is applied in healthcare. Blockchain, it is applied in certain field for some purposes. So like this, they keep on trying, and still the risk is very high. There is no guarantee that it will definitely become like a business. It's the very, very high risk, but the cost is still okay, right, manageable, because everyone are individually trying there, and right, for example, all academic organizations may be trying on the same technology, targeting on the same. In technology level 3, still it's knowledge only, it's development, but it's going to provide a kind of proof of concept, right? So here, typically, you will try to get some funding, where some funding agencies, for example, like DST, right, or MEITI, or some organizations, National Science Foundation, these people get involved to fund a very minimal amount to some researchers or some interested people. Could be even a startup, but he is interested, so they try to give some fund, like seed money, right? So to see whether this will really work, right? So here still he's just exploring it, and it doesn't mean that it will really become a business, right? So the cost is relatively higher, but risk, if you see, it's very, very high. There is no guarantee that it is going to become like a business, right? But here comes the part like development. So here, in this level, people validate what they have come out as a proof of concept. Someone has prepared the proof of concept with the help of funding agency or maybe with seed money. Now they do validate the technology. Are there any performance impact? Are there any side effects, right? So they keep on evaluating. The risk is relatively high only, right? The cost is also increasing, right? It's typically very, very high compared to TRL1, but validation requires some additional manpower. You want to involve many people sometimes, and you want to experiment that. So even this technology level 5, right? Here they wanted to work in some lab, right? In some national lab or some other lab where a lot of equipments should be funded, and the experimentation, validation of the technology should happen. So this is technology level 5. Are they viable in particular agriculture farm? That is one example, right? Are they having any potential challenges? That's a kind of question that they solve. So these are all development. They try and see how this particular technology will work, right? The level of learning is little increasing because so much input, so much manpower, so much effort has been taken. So money, the money relatively is very, very high, but the risk is somewhat becoming less because almost many people tried. It already had some impact, right? It's somewhat working in so and so environments, real environments. So this means the demonstrations are little okay, pretty okay. So they can really start like a business. That's the idea behind that. And now the real deployment happens. So far in lab and so on, things were happening, and the development was somewhat satisfiable. So this became like a concrete example where the piloting can happen, right? So in TR level 7, the prototype framing is realistically happening. So this can be like what will happen if you apply to some particular region, what would happen if you apply to some other region, whether this will work in this particular region, whether it will not work in some other region. All this kind of deployment will be happening at this stage, right? The cost definitely should become very high because sometimes, especially in medical field, licensing may be required. You want to do something, right, to deploy it and see whether that is working. In IoT domain, for example, you want to study the yield of rubber plants. So you want to experiment in some particular region. You want to get the access to that region. So you may have to pay to the landlords and so on. So these kind of things are expensive ones, right? And so this keep on increasing, and once when you reach a particular level that the product is really visualizing one, it's perfectly okay, then of course the cost will be very high at this stage, right? Which means now you may need so much of funding to take it to the next level. And now this particular stage becomes like extremely successful one, and everyone would be willing to reach this particular stage. All startups would be willing to reach the stage. Now, why we need such kind of yardstick? Remember, if you want to ask some some kind of angel investor some money, if you want to ask funding agency like grants from government sector, you need not go to different. If you know clearly what is your stage of technology in your particular business, If you are in deployment stage, it's better to go for venture capitalist, right? Because you need so much of money, and you are very clear that this will lead to a bigger business, right? But here in this particular case, if you go to simple establishments or to funding agencies, this will not really work, right? So you have to get a clear self-assessment, and then similarly investors will also have to do that kind of assessment. Otherwise, the funding and the mapping of the funding to your technology will not definitely grow. So definitely the startups are interested in TRLs, because they get the motivation, right? They can motivate, the TRLs can motivate the startups basically, and startups will get a clear awareness, because apt resources can be shuffled sometimes. You also know that at this particular stage you want to increase or expand the business, so you will have to add more resources at this stage. At TRL 1, you need not want that many resources, so you should not invest more on that during that period. Also, the funding agency will get a clear understanding of when to fund a particular startup. So these kind of judgments are possible with such TRLs. So if you see this entire lifespan of any technology, usually majority of the academicians are in TRL 1 to TRL 3 and 4, right? They typically reach almost till TRL 4. And pure business people, right? If you say like someone wants to make business, like venture capitalist or so on, these people are always focusing on TRL 7 to TRL 9. That is, they wanted the huge, important, the real business, right? They wanted money. They want to see money. They want to get the output of the business. But if you see in between, right, like TRL 4 to 9, 4 to 7, for example, this is the very toughest period, and therefore we can even call it like rest in peace, because many technologies die at this stage. So academicians are not willing to take it forward to become a real entrepreneur, to create a business, and a real business person is not willing to invest and do something at this level. So there is a gap here, and this is the gap where TRL 4 to 7, and this requires real mentoring. So mentoring is very important. Of course, mentoring is found in every stages, right? But still, someone is really needed all the time to support the startup, to say that yes, you continue, right? This stage, this is a problem, you want to solve this, right? If you are not focusing now, this might lead to so and so issues. So now let's see why this startups really suffer, and how mentoring can be really helpful. Of course, most of the time startups face a lot of challenges, especially sometimes it could be technical related, sometimes even it could be because they don't know whether this is the real idea which will lead to TRL 9. Sometimes they are not aware of the technology which will boom at some point of stage, whether this is a market ready solution or not. So mentoring is definitely important. So don't think that mentors should be someone like only academic, only industrialists who have like 20 years of experience, 30 years of experience. No, even a university professor at initial level could become a good mentor for your idea, right? Because he can take you from TRL 1 to at least TRL 4, and then maybe the next mentor could support you. So what a mentor should typically do, as a mentor, what should he do? He has to spend sufficient time, right? There are so many mentors available. Some people ask some equity at the end. Some mentors are voluntarily helping, right? Especially in many of the incubators like AICs and so on, you will notice like there are mentors who are willing to support. Especially academic oriented mentors are always there to support startups, especially student startups or technology related startups to come up with their or build their ideas without much investments. So mentors typically will spend a lot of time with startup founders, and typically they will have a good plan also, like what a particular mentee has to do, right? That matching is really important. If mentor and mentee are not matching properly, and if he is not suggesting the yardsticks properly, the commitments properly, then there is a failure actually. Mentors typically will have to encourage the startup founders. So always startup will have a fear that all his friends all other people are doing good, they are earning something, right, where they might be not even earning a single penny. But mentors at that stage also, they have to sometimes encourage and always encourage the startup founders, because crisis can happen in several ways, not only financial but also because of societal impacts and so on, and especially for women entrepreneurs, right? Mentors have to clearly review the progress of startups based on action plans which would have been started at the initial stage. So as similar to some of the good practices of mentors, mentee, typically like startups or students, will also have to have some good practices. They have to maintain a good relationship, very important. The mentor mentee, so they should not think like he will not be so approachable, so good to approach, so then it's not possible actually. Mentor mentee relationship be very, very good, and they have to be well prepared for meetings. We can see some mentees, I mean startups, where when the action plans are set up, like this many customers we need to attract, and this is what the target given, maybe from the mentor side, but the mentee, what he does, he would focus on something else, and he would not be prepared for the meeting. He would simply come for the meeting, right? He will come, show up and say that, oh, I had this other work, that work, this work. So this commitment failure can lead to drastic impact, negative impact for the business. So clearly you should point out the issues and status of the work. Some mentees, some startups, they never disclose what they really have in their for example, financial status. They fear like sometimes this mentor would start to ask something else, right? Sometimes monetary benefits, he would think in that fashion, and he would not disclose many things. And because of this, the guidance will not be proper, right? The trust some people fail to show. They hide many things, right? This all create these are all kind of bad practices. So if you want to really create a good relationship with the mentor, which is very essential, so you have to do that, right? You have to, this is something missing in many mentees path, right? They keep on mentoring, they spend a lot of time, and mentors also invest a lot of their time, energy, and advices. And at the end, when the startup boom, like anything, they don't share their success, right? They sometimes they even don't show the acknowledgement of these mentors. So these are all not good actually. So good practices of a mentee should have certain criteria. If you see the type of mentors which I repeated last talk, I think, right? So it is dead mentor, which means someone reads the biographies and he gets inspired, right? Yeah, this work is this guy is very good. He has done so and so things. Even he started from his school age. Oh, this is very interesting. So now he will also practice this. So this is a kind of mentoring, but there is no direct contact with the person, right? But the mentoring already started, and the mentee is so much happy with this biography. And the second one is accessible mentor. So in this stage, this category, the mentor will always sit, patiently listen to what mentee did, and chart out the level where you are and to what level you want to go. He will even plan the entire schedule, right? The main purpose of such TRLs, and self-assessing ourselves with the help of mentors, or basically, he can speed up the process. Sometimes you get stuck in some TRL level, and if a proper time plan, a planning is there, definitely, the mentor can pool in some points, and mentee also can move forward with what the action plan suggests. And so the next one would be like influential mentor. So these people are like experienced and well achieved people who will be guiding the startups or students. So how to choose such mentor? We can have multiple mentors. Basically, that's also a question which normally people have. Can I have one mentor or no multiple mentors? So yes, the answer would be multiple mentors, because you have many starting a business, creating a technology has diverse fields of experience, right from the legal to technology to team building and committing with the customers and so on. So every phase you have you might need some support, right? Someone who is very good at financially very good will not have technical knowledge. Someone who is very good in technical knowledge sometimes will fail with the team building, or he would not have the skill to have such a team building capability. So mentoring, or the knowledge of such mentoring could also be like such kind of diverse things. So you would have to have multiple mentors, right? Specializing in certain fields, and they have to, in fact, you have to sit with them, or you have to get advice from them, and committedly you have to move forward. Then you can reach very, very fast, or jump from the TRL 1 to multiple levels quickly than expectedly, right? So who is not very far away from your level of expertise is one who you can suggest, who always encourages. This is very important, because the mentor, if he's not encouraging, mentee could not perform, right? So also who points out some of the errors, right? Because if he's not pointing out the error also, there is no growth. So avoidable errors he has to point out, and he has to say, yeah, this is what it's missing. Like you are unable to draft a pitching deck, you are unable to present the pitching deck. Maybe you can present 2 or 3 times in front of me. So these kind of advices could be given, and thus the mentoring could be much faster. So also you can have like list of potential mentors, and you can prioritize them, and then you start approaching them. So in fact, there are several platforms to get such mentors. Definitely private connections can be a forum, but nowadays in every countries, you will notice like there are so many incubation centers, right? So many incubation centers. These incubation centers will try to mold the startups, keep them up to date with what to do and how to do and so on. The ecosystem will be created. Of course, this particular forum is also an ecosystem enabling system, right? Like global entrepreneurship catalyst program, right? This is an ecosystem enabling environment. So such kind of ecosystem enabling environments could become a very good platform for finding out the right mentors. And also some of the acceleration programs can bring some mentoring, right? So if you see you are standing upon the shoulders of giants. This is what Isaac Newton always says, right? So definitely mentoring will be a essential tool. It will be a proper guidance for all startups, and mentoring can help someone from starting from the TRL1 to TRL9 with a proper planning, and let's move forward for getting a good support in this way, right? Thank you so much. I hope you were able to listen to the talk. If any questions, I am happy to answer. Once again, I thank the organizers, also Dr. Charmaine, for spending your time and helping the startups and enabling the startup ecosystem here.
You're most welcome, Dr. Shajalan. I always enjoy the part when you talk about the different types of mentors.
Okay.
And I love the dead mentor that you talk about, because we have so many of those. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a very important facet of the whole entrepreneurship ecosystem, is that without the right mentoring, it would be very difficult to have a larger number of successful startups, because it's one thing to have a great idea, but most gullible and most easily gone into making some wrong decisions because they're young and they're excited. So the role of a mentor, even if that person has had a experience of being an entrepreneur herself or himself, goes a long way in making sure that the young ones at least make fewer mistakes. It's not that they don't make mistakes, they should make newer mistakes. They should make fewer mistakes and not the same mistakes as the mentor. Very well taken, sir. Very well taken, and very valuable input.
Thank you.
And thanks for setting up such an ecosystem. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shajaleen, for sharing your expertise with us. We learned how important it is to have a strong bond between mentors and mentees. Also, we learned that if there's a breakdown in commitment, it can impact startups. And finally, we have our last speaker of the day, Tim Dunn from South Africa. Mr. Tim is an accomplished entrepreneur and legal expert. We will be sharing his insights on going global and partnership. Mr. Dunn is the founder of TJC Dunn Attorneys, working with LLC in South Africa, UK, and US. Let's give a warm welcome to Tim Dunn.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever in the world you may be. Wonderful to be here. It's a true pleasure and a privilege. I was actually going to be speaking tomorrow morning, but tomorrow morning SA time, but when Charmaine said I may have an opportunity to speak today, I thought I would grab it as it's sort of more towards my midday. So wonderful to be here, and a pleasure, privilege, and honor. It's been delightful listening to some of the other speakers, both at this symposium and the previous one, which is just so enriching and so interesting. And I've already in the last hour and a bit learned a lot. So yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much for having me.
Privilege.
Can I proceed?
Sure. Would you have had sharing rights, screen sharing rights? Would you want to check that out? If that is you putting up a presentation?
I don't. No, I don't have a written presentation.
Oh, that's fine.
I No, I don't. Thank you.
That's okay. Please, you may proceed. Yep. I
Fantastic.
think we have one of our colleagues here, Namrata, who's going to introduce you. Namrata, all yours.
Thank you.
We have our last speaker of the day, Tim Dunn from South Africa. Mr. Tim is an accomplished entrepreneur and legal expert who will be sharing his insights on going global and partnership. Mr. Dunn is the founder of TJC Dunn Attorneys, working with LLC in South Africa, UK, and US. Let's give a warm welcome to Tim Dunn.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. So, pleasure and a privilege to be here. I have really enjoyed the talks that I've heard thus far, both of this symposium and the previous one. Just wish to extend my thanks to the founder and innovator behind this wonderful initiative, Charmaine Gangan, Dr. Charmaine Gangan of South Africa. Really phenomenal. So yeah, without further ado, I will launch into my presentation. So the topic I was asked to speak on is going global and partnerships. And these are two very, very important things in any business or the life of any entrepreneur. And this is something that I myself, as an attorney and an entrepreneur, have done and am doing. So I speak both from the professional perspective as well as from the perspective of personal experience. And well, one never really stops learning with these things, whether in entrepreneurship or in law, because in simple terms, that's why certainly in South Africa we say that you practice law. You never actually get it right. So it's and the same can go for entrepreneurship as well. So effectively, the advice that I have is, I would say, to start off with, to ensure that the people that you go into partnership with are good people and are the right people. You can go into partnership in life with anyone. Some of them good, some of them not good. How do you figure out who the good ones are? Now, that's the question. Well, you start off by doing what I term due diligence. Now, due diligence is critical because you can use the internet. It's always a good place to start. You can use your various search platforms, things that sort of, for example, to do credit checks and background checks, which in South Africa you have to have the consent of the person to do. I don't know about in other places, you would need to check that, but effectively you can see if a person is worthy or creditworthy or whatever, and therefore a person that you'd like to go into partnership with. If, for example, a person is always changing their addresses or always changing their phone numbers or in debt or has judgments from courts against them, you might want to just find out about that. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't go into partnership with them, but it simply means that you should at least see what's going on. And very often having said, look, I want to do a background check on you. Do you give me your permission? If the person says, no, I don't, well, that's a very bad sign to start off with. And that means they generally have something to hide, and you generally don't want to be involved with people who have something to hide, particularly when you're going into a business partnership. The problem with this as well is that sometimes in some jurisdictions, if you are in a partnership with a person, or even for that matter, a group of people, the fact that you are in partnership with people can impact on you financially and reputationally. So people will say, yes, but even though, you know, he or she's a good person, you must see who they work with or whatever. So very important to choose your partner correctly, and that happens through due diligence. I can also really, I can't overemphasize the importance of questioning. Just asking simple questions to your prospective partners. What about this? What about that? What are your concerns? Raise your concerns up front. Don't wait until you're in the partnership to say, well, I have an issue with this or that. It can be sometimes too late. You've invested money, you've invested time, you've really, wasted a lot of energy, and now suddenly you're asking what are the right questions. So that really for me is critical. The next step when entering into a partnership is that you have to ensure that the negotiation phase is done correctly. The negotiation phase, and this applies anywhere in the world, has to be done ensuring at the outset, what do you want to get out of this negotiation? What is your bottom line? And if you can establish that for yourself and your existing partners, when you enter into a new partnership, you will be able to get the most incredible insight into your partner, your potential partner. In that regard, one should think of entering into a business partnership in the same way as you enter into a marriage or a relationship. It is that important because if you enter into the wrong partnerships, firstly, it drains your finances, it drains your time, it drains your money. But the important thing as well is that it causes your existing partnerships to suffer, be it your family, be it your wife or husband, be it anything in that relation. So your negotiation is critical. So firstly, you have to decide for yourself or yourselves, what do I want to get out of this partnership? What do I want from my partner? Do my other partners have any views on this? Because it might very well be that they do, that they are affected by you entering into a particular partnership. You also have to try it out. You have to have a trial period. And it's very important to see if it's going to work or not. Say, look, let's just see if we're happy. Let's see what we can do. Give it a few weeks, give it a few months even. Because you don't know. When I was younger, and I speak from experience, I used to rush into business opportunities and partnerships and whatever and say, well, let's all team up and do A, B, and C and X, Y, and Z. Let's all jump into it and we'll all make some money and we'll all be rich. And of course, what happened? Nothing. Because everybody has different ideas on things. Everybody ends up arguing or fighting or whatever, or just not pulling their weight, saying they're going to do a whole range of things. Now you're in a partnership. And then you formed a company, you've done things, but nobody comes to the table. So that's a big issue. So your negotiations, they have to be straightforward, upfront, and honest. You go into your negotiation, you say, this is what I want, and you ask your potential partner, what do you want? It's important as well to put your objectives in writing and to get your potential partner's objectives also in writing. This helps when you go to the third phase and put together the agreement, which I'm coming to next. So once you've concluded your negotiations, you need to put together an agreement between yourself or yourselves and your potential partner or partners. It is very, very often that in this phase of the negotiations or the three-step process, that things stop happening. Why is that? Because people realize that talk is cheap. But as one of my mentors and great clients says, talk is cheap, but money buys the whiskey. And if you need to put money on the table or need to do something that's actually going to end up making money, then very often you find that people who are on the fence or just hoping to hitch a free ride on a potentially profitable company get off the ship very quickly, because unfortunately, or fortunately for that matter, when that happens, you now know who you're working with and who you're not working with. So what I do is I have two phases when it comes to the agreements. Phase number one, very straightforward. We need to have a pre-incorporation agreement. Now, in the South African context, that has a slightly different context as well, that a pre-incorporation agreement is usually an agreement put together before a company is officially formed or registered. That is very often the case, but the secondary and most important purpose to said agreement is to get the basics from the negotiation phase down on paper in an agreement. If people don't want to agree at that point and put things in writing, then you know you can't work with them. Don't waste any more time with them. What very often happens is that people end up going quiet at that phase of the negotiations, and you never hear from them again, because now they know they have to invest money, they have to invest time, they have to invest skill, they have to make real decisions, because now they're committing in writing to what they said they were going to do. So once you have that, if you get that in place, and as I say, very often you don't, then if you get that in place, you can then put together very important agreements, which are shareholders agreements for your company that you form. Doesn't matter what type of company it is, the shareholders are the owners of the company, and they have to work together. They have to have an agreement to regulate what they do. The next thing that you put together can be a directors agreement. That is if the directors are different from the shareholders or are people appointed by the shareholders to be the directors of the company. The shareholders need to regulate, firstly, their relationship with the directors, as well as the directors' relationships with each other. So you can put that together. Then what you have in certain jurisdictions, South Africa as one, is you can have a memorandum of incorporation. And these things go by different names in different jurisdictions. You have articles of association, you have various names. It just goes by different names, but effectively this is the rules that regulate the company itself and the governance of the company by the shareholders and the directors. Another important thing to have if you're going to be borrowing money is loan agreements, even if it's shareholders who putting the money in. Very important to have shareholder loan agreements, because if you don't have those, then there are all sorts of fights around who's going to be paid when and why, and how much is their interest, what do they get for the loan, etc. So you get all that out the way before you start the business, or at the very least before you start doing too much in the business, because otherwise you find once again that people put in lots of money and everything then comes to nothing. The very important factor as well then, once you've got all that in place, is to form a corporate structure of some form. This is what I spoke about last time. Have a company or a trust or what in South Africa was known previously as a closed corporation. You have limited liability companies, LLCs, PLCs, etc., depending on the country you're in. And what you need to do is you then register it and you make sure that the people who are the shareholders and the directors are properly registered as such. If share certificates need to be issued and a share register needs to be drawn up, you make sure that that is done. And you make sure that the names of the people are correctly spelt. If they have what's known in South Africa as an identification number or a passport number or whatever the case may be, you make sure that that identifies them as well, and you then have that structure set up. The last point on this is that you should also have a succession plan. So also known as estate planning, again, something I touched on briefly when I spoke last time. When a shareholder or director passes away or dies, you have then in place a formal structure that says this is what will happen to their shares. You don't often want someone's children or husband or wife or whatever to become involved in a company. They may not be any good at it. They may not have any interest in it. So you may say, okay, and this can something that can be put in the shareholders agreement as well, but it's also good to put it in to make sure that the people have their wills up to date. On that score as well, if you have a key person in the company. You can get what's known as a key man or key woman insurance policy. And so if one of your key people dies, that insurance policy can then pay out. Obviously, it comes at a premium, and as with any insurance policy, but it's important to have that in place. And these are things that, depending on the value of that, you can register. So those are really my thoughts insofar as this goes. In terms of the different jurisdictions and going global, it is really, really important to know the law of the country that you're establishing yourself in, insofar as your partnerships go. Even different states and countries. I know, for example, in the United States, there are different laws in different states. India may have similar regimes legally. So really, it's just a matter of knowing what you're getting into as well from the legal end. Very, very important. And it's also important, if you're not sure, to go and consult with a lawyer, an attorney, a solicitor, a barrister, whatever you have in your jurisdiction, to go and just, it's worth paying a few dollars or euros or whatever to go and talk to someone who knows. It's a case of a stitch in time saving nine, etc. So not being penny wise and pound foolish. So really, yes, those are my thoughts. If anyone has any questions, I would gladly field them.
Yeah, I have a question. Very interesting and very, very important facets you threw light on, Tim. Thanks very much. I hope some of the younger entrepreneurs or, wannabe entrepreneurs in the audience are listening up. Because very often we do get passionate and emotional about our idea and setting up and get excited once things start moving, not realizing that somewhere later in the day, there could be situations which we have not prepared for or catered to. The question that I have, Tim, really is, searching out partners. We have portals which tell us, and there are mandatory registration portals in India. At least I could speak for India, which you have to declare, and so everybody can see exactly who all are involved, what is their stake, and you can also search up therefore what their backgrounds and experiences are. And then financial standing and insurance and succession planning was a great one. The one thing that I see very often in the startups that I engage with and land up discussing is when they start off, they're really great friends, and typically I find the magic number 3. There are 3 guys. There's one guy who's the tech backbone. There's one guy who takes care of, raising the funds, and the third guy takes care of the market, the demand, and the conversion, lead generation. But somewhere down the line, they kind of fall out, if you know what I mean. And while they are great friends, they're very closely knit families. They know each other for a long time, but they just don't know how to handle this fallout, because then nobody wants to be rude to the other guy. They want to make sure that it's fair, but at the same time, they don't see themselves carrying on because they want either to work at a different pace, not place. They want to move faster, or there's some sort of difference in ideas. Have you experienced stuff like this? And do you have some examples where we could learn from as to what is the best way to mitigate this right at the formation of a startup, rather than, when things have actually gone, a certain way, which is not very comfortable for any of the 3 partners?
Absolutely. So I certainly do have experience in dealing with that. So at the outset, and I know this is difficult because when people are friends, and I've done business with friends over the years, and fortunately very successfully so. But the problem is that because people are friends and they're all innovative and they all have these wonderful ideas and they get together and they say, right, now we're going to start a business. They think that because they have done the due diligence phase so well and they trust each other so well, that they don't need to do the negotiations between one another, and they don't need to do the agreements between one another. The very important thing about agreements that people very often forget is agreements are not there for when things are going well or things are going right. Agreements are there for when things aren't going well and for when things go wrong. And so what a good agreement does is it actually puts in place everything, point by point, of what happens in different scenarios. So if things are going wrong, instead of fighting about it and arguing about it, what you should in theory be able to do is look at your agreement and say, in the agreement, A, B, and C says, clause A, B, and C say that we must do whatever. And so you don't have to think about about what to do or fight about it, because the agreement already sets it out. And really, when things go wrong and there's no agreement, the first thing that I always advise clients to try and do, unless obviously if there's been dishonesty or theft of money or theft of intellectual property or something, then it's gone too far. But then really an agreement isn't going to help too much anyway. But what I usually advise is I say, well, guys, now's the time then to put together the agreement and sit down, negotiate now. You're not happy, whatever the case. And I very often have mediated in these scenarios. And it actually does work out generally, that you can then put in place an agreement. And the important thing to do in that case is to go to a lawyer or a respected neutral party, be it a senior family member or a business person who's got more experience than you, or who's known to everyone as just generally being a fair person. You don't need to go to a formal court or an arbitration to resolve this. You can sit around a table with someone who's impartial and has the best interest of everyone at heart. But the important thing to do is to try and conclude that with a written agreement. You've had your scare, you've had your warning, you now know what can happen if people don't agree, and that everyone won't always agree on things. Time to put together that agreement. So that's really my advice.
Great. That makes a lot of sense. It's not that all of them go that way, but yeah, I clearly see somehow most of the startups I find coming across start up as, a bunch of friends, and somehow culturally in India, when it's between friends, to even bring up a topic called agreement is absolutely criminal. So that's absolutely not possible. One would die before they bring up the word agreement between a friend. That's how it is. Culturally, we are like that. So I can understand where they're coming from, but sound advice all the same.
What I do suggest in that case, and I understand it. I mean, it's often the scenario as well, in South Africa. But what one can do is to say, right, even though we're not going to have a formal agreement, if a particular party is worried about something being agreed or not agreed, send an email or a WhatsApp message or a Telegram message or whatever platform you're on, and just make sure that the other parties say, no, this is fine, we agree. Because in certain jurisdictions, that actually legally counts as a valid agreement. The two general pillars of agreement are offer and acceptance. So basically, as long as a suggestion is made and the other parties agree with it, then you have in writing on a phone or on an email or on a WhatsApp or whatever, you have your agreement. Even if it's in a group chat, that's in fact the best place, because then everybody's there. If Mr. A says, no, I'm not going to comment on it, well, that's fine. Then they at least had the opportunity to and said nothing. So that's a good way to do it instead of having a written agreement, because then it's not formal, but it is still an agreement legally.
Indeed. Thank you very much. That's really helpful. I think some of the younger boys and girls can use that to start off, and then eventually at a certain point in time, at the right time, go in for formal agreements. I think that's really sound advice. Thanks, truly appreciate that, Tim.
And just to note as well on that, that funders usually like to get that paperwork. So if you want to raise venture capital, certainly, for example, in the United States or the United Kingdom, and I know it's the same in India as well, they want to see they doing their own due diligence on you guys. And how do they know that? Well, you can show them your agreements and you can say that. So if one party out of three says, look, I think I need an agreement, you can say, look, let's just put these agreements together so that we can show prospective venture capitalists, for example. It's a good way around it as well.
Nice way around. Yep. Smart. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Really appreciate that. Good.
Wonderful. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Tim, for sharing your expertise with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise with us today. Each presentation has provided us with a deeper understanding of sustainable entrepreneurship and its global impact. I would like to thank all the speakers, Professor Patra, Dr. Shubhojyoti, Dr. Shameen, Mr. Gary, Mr. Arijit, Ms. Mint, Professor Bayat, Professor Dimitri, Dr. Shubhrata, Professor Shanta, Ms. Narisa, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Shajuddin, and Mr. Tim. Thank you for joining us. See you tomorrow for day 2 at 10 a.m. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. It's been an amazing day. Thanks, Namrata, for that wonderful anchoring. Great job done, you and your partners. And look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thanks, Dr. Gangan. It's an amazing day we have had.
Yes. Thanks also, Namrata, and to Raki. She's behind the scenes. We've been WhatsApping the entire time. So thanks to all of you, and you also, Prof. Patra. Amazing day. It's over. Okay, so day 2 tomorrow.
Sure.
Have a good
Look forward.
rest.